she turns me on. Every little thing she does is mad. Hello, welcome to Sibling Revelry with Doug and Paul, live Saturday night, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. You know what it is. I'm Doug. That's my brother, Paul. Paul, how you doing?
I am doing good, monitoring all the streams to make sure we are live.
Fantastic. Nobody cares. Do what you got to do. I got a story I got to tell. Go tell story here. Time story. Here we go. I got sushi today. It was and why that's important to probably nobody other than me and Paul is Paul and I live in an area where we haven't been able to get really good sushi unless you're willing to travel 2 hours or more. And even then, it's not as good as what you're like legit good sushi, like what I was used to anyway. And lo and behold, about an hour away from us, well, not an hour away from him, it's less than that. For me, it's about 40 minutes. There's a grocery store that started making sushi fresh daily, according to the signs I saw today, but apparently it's only Wednesdays, or is it custom order Wednesdays?
It's custom order on Tuesdays, but you can call, and as long as you're getting like the regular variety stuff, you can order like a crunchy roll or stuff like that. But if you want to do something weird and out there, it's going to be, hey, Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Real quick, Kim, shirts are getting printed right now.
Yeah.
As soon as I get them, I'm going to send it out. We got merch. Merch is in our link tree. It's through Teesprings. Kim's getting the first shirt. Don't be mad at Kim because she's getting a free shirt. And I'm going to be honest, it's because we like her better than you.
Way to whore us out about right off the bat with a merchandise offer. But yeah, I went to pick up sushi today after I got called into work early this morning. I took care of what I had to take care of. And man, oh man, when I got out of work, all I could think about was how bad I wanted sushi. And the only reason I was thinking this is because Paul and I discovered this, like I'd say 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. I lose track of time. And we both bought sushi from this store on a whim when we saw it. And it looked really good. And I think I got a volcano roll and a spicy something roll, like a spicy tempura roll, I think I got. And when I got home, like I'm the kind of person with something like that, I would normally take my time eating it, making sure that I savored and enjoyed every bite because I didn't know when I was going to get it next. And when I realized how good it was and that they made it every day, I just fucking mowed into both of those rolls like in the same night. I ate all of it. And I started thinking, Paul got the same thing. He got the sushi fever after eating it as well. And he'd been eating it. His whole fucking freezer's filled with sushi right now. And I went into town. What?
I can eat. It's because I could eat it on my diet.
I just would eat it. Period. If I could eat sushi every day for my meals, with the exception of breakfast, I like my eggs, my English muffin, my avocado for breakfast. That's my staple. But if I could eat sushi for every other fucking meal and just spice it up with different, you know what I mean, varieties and stuff, I would totally do that. I fucking love sushi and I love rice. And this place was so good. And I went today and I spent, no bullshit, over $50 on sushi today. Sushi alone, I spent over $50, and I've already mowed into my red dragon roll, which is like the perfect blend of sweet, spicy, and crunchy. It's like so good. It's like, oh god, man, it is so good.
He's giving the signal.
Gotcha, man. Hey, Kim. Hi. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, you're always welcome. But we love Kim. I love Kim.
Yep. Anyway. I'm hoping I'll get it by at least. I hope we get it by next week's show. I'm guessing it's going to come in around Friday, and then, like I said, I'll ship it out as soon as I get it, and then me and Doug will also be rocking merch. Doug's getting
a uniform.
Yep, Doug's getting the same shirt you're getting, and then because they don't make it in big boy sizes, I had to go for the
Omar the tent maker.
Shirt. No, the longs. I got 2 long sleeves, and I got the white and the black.
Like a doctor. Did you watch Joey Diaz's episode?
Yeah, I got most of the way through
good.
it. I haven't finished it all. It's so good.
I love Joey. So, what do we got on the agenda tonight, buddy?
Well, I think news is the first thing we wanted to get into because of everything that's going on in Canada. So let's.
Yeah, like Canada.
So
Canada's got a new national anthem. It is "Living on the Edge" by Aerosmith. Listen to, not just because of the name title of the song. Listen to the opening of that song. Like, there's something wrong with the world today. I don't know what it is. There's something wrong with our minds. That's a song from 1992, for fuck's sake, dude.
All right, we're gonna jump into the news.
Oh, hey, look at this. Looks like we got ourselves a little old convoy.
How do we get it wrong? Nobody saw it coming.
The small fringe minority holding unacceptable views. The way through this pandemic is by getting everyone vaccinated.
I fucking love that video.
I do too. We love you too, Kim.
Always and forever.
And so, yeah, Canada. What a fucking squirrely week. All right, we're going to play a quick game before we start into this, Doug. I know you're not a big history buff, but I figure I come up with a question that'll make it really easy for you. The game is called Who Am I in History? And you have to answer who the person is and what year it is. You ready? You ready?
Hit me with it.
All right.
Milton Berle, 1984.
So I took advantage of a big issue that happened in front of my government building, and then I invoked emergency powers to not just be the chancellor, but to have supreme power. Who am I and what year is it, Doug?
Whoopi Goldberg, 2022. No, you are Justine Castro.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm actually Adolf Hitler in 1933. Because in case nobody knows it, what Trudeau is doing right now is exactly how Hitler went from prime minister to chancellor of Germany to supreme fucking leader.
That's something. That's something a white guy would say, a far right wing nut white guy would say. You're somebody that Jordan Klepler would make fun of on the Daily Show, honestly.
Yeah. Remember, Jews didn't get killed until 1938. In 1933 is when Hitler enacted the Emergency Powers Act. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy.
You know what's really crazy is hearing people I know who I've known in my life over the course of my entire life, people I've known to say like, this generation, your generation, you guys just loud music and this, you don't pay attention to history. You're just going to repeat it. And now they're literally like ignoring everything they taught us about paying attention to history and going along with it. Like I know a lot of people within our lineage, I would say. Yeah. I'm trying to round about it because there is, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, it's weird to be told that. And then to see like exactly history in not in the same way, but in a modern, updated way. It's like we're living in a Marvel movie, is what it feels like an early MCU Captain America movie.
Yeah. So for those who missed the news this week, on last Monday, Justin Trudeau initiated the Emergency Powers Act of Canada. The Emergency Power Act was written in 1988. It had a predecessor. The predecessor was the War Measures Act of Canada. It's the same thing, does the exact same thing. It was only enacted 3 times in its history. Once for World War I, once for World War II, and then old Papa Pierre Trudeau enacted it during the Quebec crisis in the 70s. 1988, they changed it from the War Measures Act to the Emergency Measures Act. It has never been invoked since 1988 until this point right now. And Trudeau is using it to bolster policing, towing, and he's also going after the bank accounts of private citizens who have showed up for the protest. And they've already started shutting down private citizens' bank accounts, which is, classy as all hell. I want to put something in perspective. Jeffrey Epstein sold and raped children to the highest bidder, was caught by the U.S. government, given a sweetheart deal, and at no point did they ever shut his bank account down. Canadian truckers say, no, I'm not going to get poked in the arm against my will, and they shut their bank accounts down. I just want that to sink in. Think about that.
Do they not? Does Canada I'm imagine their banking system is much different than ours for citizens and stuff. Do they have things like this? Is such a stupid Western white American guy thing to even think, but I'm an idiot. So like, do they have credit unions and shit, or is it all literally run through government? Is all funding run through government?
I know there's the Royal Bank of Canada. I think everything's pretty much, it's not state ran, it's its own independent thing. But part of the Emergency Act is they're telling banks that they have to shut down people's bank accounts, and they made them immune to lawsuits. So hypothetically, if you never participated in the protest, but they accidentally thought you did and shut down your bank account and you were pissed about it, you can't sue the bank for doing it, for making the mistake, because the government has given them blanket immunity from doing it.
I remember being a kid and going to Canada with Boy Scouts, as I'm sure you did. And I remember that being just such a country of wonder. It truly felt like, in a sense, in some respects, as a kid, and everything seems like this when you're a kid, but it did seem like this was the land of the free. It didn't seem like the Canada I experienced. And granted, I don't live there. It was just an experience. But the few times I experienced it, it really felt like everybody is one with each other. And granted, I still think it's that way because I'm seeing it with everybody holding the line and the people who aren't backing down from the government. But it also seemed at that time where it was like everybody was in simpatico, and it's just so weird to see how we go to this, how anybody goes to this, how the world is going to this. Like, it just, I don't know. It feels like a doomsday scenario you'd see in a Roland Emmerich movie. Everything that's happening all at once globally. Like, I can try and mask it with entertainment. Believe me, I will. There's a lot of shit I'll do to avoid the reality outside the window, but the reality outside the window still exists. My life is still going to go on, but like it's crazy. It really is crazy what's going on throughout the entire globe.
What I think is absolutely hysterical is hang on one second. Chrome tab.
No worries. Share. I'm not really juiced up yet. I'm still vibing.
All right. So first off, I want to thank Mr. Sunshine Baby. Ow. All the clips we're using tonight are his. Please go give him a subscribe on YouTube and support his work. But he's been posting clips from Ottawa the last couple days. And, I mean, I want to show you two things that are funny. So these guys in the green, the hats and bats, this is all happening in the province, which is like a state of Ontario. These are the Quebec provincial police. So think of this like the Michigan State Police going to Wisconsin to do riot patrol. You with me?
The guys in the green are like Michigan State troopers for Canada. Okay, I gotcha.
But no, for Quebec. But they're in Ontario.
But they're in Ontario.
They're in Ontario. So it would be like the Michigan State Police going to Wisconsin.
So how do they have that jurisdiction?
The Emergency Powers Act signed by Justin Trudeau.
Justine Castro. Castro.
So here's just some clips of stuff that's been going on. Now, I want you to remember that these are from Quebec, the province of Quebec, which is Quebec City, Toronto, stuff like that.
So these guys are...
I'm just going to... What they're doing is they're doing slow pushes up. I don't want to play the whole thing. I just want to get to the...
Here's my eye line.
Yeah, they're just doing slow pushes up, and they're bringing in the mounted police.
Look at the size of...
They're basically enacting the end of The Dark Knight Rises when the cops versus the guys in the riot. That's what that looks like. It looks like the ending of The Dark Knight Rises.
So
especially with the fucking smoke right there, the police gassing Canadians video, the 12-second one. That's what that looked like too.
So here's the thing they didn't think about. So Trudeau did this Emergency Powers Act where he said, I can bring in the provincial police from all around the country here to Ontario to gain back. This clip is from Toronto, which is in Quebec, where there's currently no police because they're all in Ottawa. They started protesting in Toronto. They're also protesting in British Columbia. They're protesting in Alberta. They're protesting in Calgary. They're protesting in Saskatchewan. All Justin Trudeau. Oh, and look at that flag. Look at that flag right there, Doug.
Yeah.
Look at all those hateful bigots. Look at all those white nationalist, hateful, anti-trans, anti-gay bigots fighting for their freedom.
I love to see a country actually join together for a change. Like, that's what it looks like is happening to Canada. Canada, it looks like, no, we're not going to allow this bullshit of like we hate each other. And it looks like everybody's starting to unite there. And I think I would like to see that happen here. I don't think it will happen here because we're so divided over the most smallest minutiae, but this right here, this is beautiful to see.
Well, allegedly, Tucker Carlson reported that there's a trucker strike. They're going to do the same thing in America, going from Washington State to D.C., and then they're going to protest D.C. Well, I don't know. That's what Tucker Carlson says.
Tucker?
So, old Tuck, you can't cuck the Tuck, bro.
I like when he looks in the camera like this. And then she thought, well, yeah, I'm Whoopi Goldberg, so I made a thing about Nazis. He does that like he's just lost in like he gets a pothole like I do.
Yeah, so I mean, we might get some guests who come on later on and discuss the Canadian side of the house.
Well, there's other things I want to talk about,
but we could definitely move on as long as we touched on it now. We'll see if anybody else shows up and wants to talk about it. But ultimately, here's where I'm at. If you're at the point where I've seen a lot of people supporting Trudeau and saying this is the right thing to do. Russell Brand did a great video on this, and he asked a very important question. Okay, if you're for this and you're for this crackdown because you think this isn't a protest, what do you deem a protest? If this is not a peaceful protest, no building has been burned, nothing's been set on fire, it's just people standing outside saying we want to be heard by our government. If that's not a protest, what is defined as a protest? Good question. And if you support this, don't ever tell me you don't understand how people in 1930s Germany allowed Hitler to rise to power if you're supporting this now, because that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy, man. I wrote down a few things. You had said last week, or maybe before last week's show, before I got messed up.
Random guest.
You were
Welcome,
just
Bob.
wanting to use that fucking intro. That's the only you got so excited.
Yep, it has nothing to do with me. It's just
I'm excited.
you're here.
No, you have no idea because
been
he's
on
like,
2
dude, I
weeks.
got this random guest thing that I made. It's like, I hope I get to use it tonight. He was all excited about it.
So, what are you guys talking about?
We just got done finishing in a little bit of a Canada diatribe. We were going to wait to see if anybody else stopped by and wanted to talk on it because we know a couple people did. I'm assuming you don't want to talk about it, or if you do, go ahead. If not, we were going to move on to
tell you the
next story.
experience I had with some people from Montreal last night.
Did they say sorry a lot?
No, they were telling me about how it's not just like everyone thinks it's vaccination cards up there. They're using QR codes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The leader, one of the public relations spokesperson for the actual convoy, his name is Ben. It's a funny name. It's like Ben Dicker.
I thought it was the lady that got arrested.
She's the head of overall. She's the overall head. I can show the video too of her getting arrested. Take the Canadian police taking down the international terrorist.
It's literally 20 seconds of a lady peacefully just getting on her knees, putting her hands behind her back, and being walked to her car. And her husband, she's saying to whoever, like, "I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night, eh?" Like, it's the sweetest video, actually.
Yeah. But the PR spokesperson for the convoy, I think his name is Ben Dickerson. RIP.
What is RIP?
I don't know.
Oh, Ripper Dan. Duh. I thought she was like, rest in peace. I'm like, who died when we were on the air?
I was like, what are we talking about? Death. I did the same thing.
No,
shit. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Anyway, he said the reason he got involved in the convoy, well, he knew Tammy, but he said when the whole thing started, he's vaccinated. And the first time he went to New York to run a load and come back to Canada, he pulled out his phone so they could scan the QR code. And the Mountie, because it's the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police who do the border crossings, he pulled out his phone and the Mountie said no need. And the guy's like, what do you mean? You don't need to see my QR code? And he goes, no, the QR code is linked to the GPS in your phone. So as you were rolling up, all your information came on our computer. And he was like
China surveillance.
No fucking way. He said, thankfully, I put it on a burner phone. He's like, I destroyed that burner phone. And he's like, that's when I said enough's enough.
Yeah, that's really creepy, dude.
That is very creepy.
And they were telling me that it so they were going to stop at a restaurant, like some greasy spoon type of place. And they wanted to see their QR codes before they could order a grilled cheese. And they're like, on the QR code is like who you vote for, your sexuality, like all kinds of shit that should not be anyone's business.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah, it's not just whether you're vaccinated or not.
That's how social credit scores got started in China. All they're trying to do is bring the social credit score from China over to America, and that's what our leaders want to do. And yeah, sure, if you want to kill the West, that's the way to do it.
I mean, hasn't anyone watched Black Mirror?
Oh, so good.
Right?
I mean, they literally had an episode about that.
I'm just waiting for Biden
with,
to fucking pick.
Bryce Dallas Howard.
It's really interesting to see like people who I always thought were pretty lefty become kind of like more, I wouldn't say right, but like more just like, hey, let's wake the fuck up. Like Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart just did a piece on all that, and it was really smart and intelligent, but it was so not what you expect from Jon Stewart, you know?
The last thing I want to say about like people who support these mandates and this QR code and this tracking of every single citizen and throwing everybody in jail for protesting, I have one question for all those people. Are you willing to die for a government issued mandate? Would you lay down your life for the government to mandate stuff on people? Because I'll tell you what, I guarantee there's a lot more people that are willing to lay their life down for freedom and liberty than there are to lay down for mandates. So all I'm saying to everybody is we need to simmer this whole thing down. We need to start opening the lines of communication. We need to bring the temperature down before something goes hot. That's all I want to say.
Well,
aren't they not communicating with one another? Like they're not having meetings?
Justin Trudeau,
he's been ignoring it.
He literally came out and said they were right away. They're a fringe minority of misogynists, racist, sexist. He demeaned them. Well, guess what? When thousands of them showed up in his city, he couldn't ignore them anymore and he couldn't go into hiding. And then the first thing he does is enact the Emergency Powers Act, giving him supreme power over the country.
Which was put in place by his father.
No. It was his father. His father used the predecessor to the Emergencies Act, which was called the War Measures Act in the 70s. And that was the third time it was used in their history. 1988, Canada ratified the Emergency Powers Act, got rid of the War Measures Act. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing with a new name.
It basically shuts it down and turns into a communist state.
Correct. It was martial law. Declared martial law.
It was crazy. I was watching like something on YouTube. I think it was like a parliament meeting between you. Like you explained it to me how they had the left and the right party, or they conservative and liberal. I forget the name.
They have like 20 different parties.
But
they have their liberals and conservatives, but it's like the Democratic on the left. You have like multiple parties. It's not just Democrat and Republican. So on the left, you'll have the progressives. You know, the Democratic Working Party, the Liberal Party. You know what I mean? The hats and wigs party. And then on the conservative side, you have the Conservative Party. You'll have the it's multiple parties.
Okay. Well, I watched.
Think of it like the Wu-Tang Clan. You have the RZA, the Jizza,
if only,
Method Man,
ODB,
God, ODB. Just think of it like
Raekwon.
Did Bob just break down the parliamentary system where everybody could understand it?
Yes. I gotta bring that up on my Spotify list for when I go on Spotify next. Now I want to listen to fucking.
You're not working tonight, Bob? Don't get me wrong. I'm happy. I'm just surprised.
I just went with my wife to have burritos at her family's house, and I'm not working after burritos.
So you and Rachel got a big date tomorrow, right?
Is it?
I don't know. No, it's just we were going to celebrate Valentine's Day, but she's got to grade like 40 papers, so I don't know if we're going to actually go out or not.
Okay, it was Valentine's Day. I was going to ask, like, is it an anniversary? What was the special occasion?
Nah, our anniversary is not until November, and she's getting ready to do. In May, she starts a 6-month intensive coding course that she'll be doing. So basically 20 hours a week of coding plus her 50 hours a week of work. So I won't see her for like 6 months.
What's coding?
She's like learning computer programming.
Learn to code, motherfucker.
Well, I didn't know if it was that or if it was like a hospital term, like with nurses and stuff.
No. She's learning computer programming.
Doug, there are times you blow my socks off that you know that coding is also a nursing term.
Bob's the one that turned me on to Scrubs back in the day. That's the only reason I know that shit.
Scrubs.
Which, by the way, we got to talk about the halftime Super Bowl show. But I've only seen a handful of commercials. Did anybody see the Scrubs commercial?
I did.
I didn't see it. Is that the musical one where he was? I feel pretty. Oh, so was that?
Yeah.
Okay, I only saw the first couple seconds of
my favorite commercial, and I'm not even gonna lie, they only showed a tenth of it.
Don't say the cable guy. That one was terrible.
I never liked that. I never liked that movie.
Really? No. We saw it at the theater with our parents, Paul and I. We were kids.
The Uber Eats commercial where they're eating shit they're not supposed to eat, and Gwyneth Paltrow's eating her vagina flavored candle, and she's like, "This tastes weird." Not bad, but weird. That was
That's
my
funny.
favorite one. And this is a disclaimer at the bottom: do not eat body flavored candles.
Fucking weird how, like, even though the world seems to crack in half, the Super Bowl halftime show is always solid to deliver some kind of fucked up entertainment of sorts.
Yeah, the halftime show, everyone loved it, and I was fine with the halftime show. My issue with the halftime show was two things. One, with it being in LA and it being bright outside, it really took away from the dramatics of the show.
Yep.
That happens with every West Coast Super Bowl, though.
Yeah, and so it's just kind of weak in that aspect. And everyone's like, "Oh, it's the best Super Bowl ever, halftime show ever," and I still put Prince's above it. Period.
Prince's halftime Super Bowl show is my absolute be-all, end-all. Maybe one of my favorite live performances of all time. And if we're talking about halftime shows,
I grew up listening to all of these guys. It's not like I'm some old dude who's never heard these folks.
Bob was a big Mary J. Blige beau back in the day.
No, I was into Dre before Dre was, on his own.
Bob and I were hanging out when Foo Fighters released In Your Honor, their first double album, which was like a real personal album. And when he like incorporated part of that first
Best
single
of
album, Best of You, into his halftime with like Johnny B. Good and all that, it was so fun. Like, it was something I didn't even expect to happen.
And Proud Mary.
Yeah.
Well, you know why he did it. So the reason Prince did that is kind of the same reason he put Dave Chappelle on his album cover. Dave Chappelle never asked to lampoon Prince. So later on, he put out a single with Chappelle on the cover called Morning Pancakes.
Oh, I did hear about that.
And then Chappelle's like, fuck, you beat me in my own game. I can't say anything. Well, Prince wasn't happy that the Foo Fighters were playing Darling Nikki as a cover.
Really?
And he made it known that he wasn't happy they were covering because they didn't ask. And
but
so
why do you have to ask to do a cover?
You don't. It's just that's Prince, dude. That's who he was. So
why can't I have a llama?
Okay. Exactly. Why can't I have a fucking llama at 3 a.m. in Minnesota in January? So it was a camel.
Yeah.
So to get him back, he's like, you know what? I'm playing on the biggest stage in the world. I'll just play one of their songs instead.
And it was amazing. Like, he really thought that's the story behind that.
Yeah, that's literally the story behind it.
He thought he was
like, all right.
Hey, real quick, I've got to go to the bathroom. And Doug, I got a picture.
I love it
right now.
I fucking love it. I never knew that story, and I think that it's fucking sweet because it shows the crazy pettiness of him, but it also shows that
and
like
the musical genius of him.
Exactly, like he's able to take that and think that he's punking them, and he's actually like doing them as an honor,
a huge fucking honor. Yeah, like Dave Grohl's like, dude, I couldn't have been fucking happier. Are you kidding me? Prince is playing our song at the halftime show.
I have the audio of it ripped on my phone, and from time to time I'll throw that on to listen to it. He also did a pregame show in front of like news reporters where he went to take I can't remember, it was like the day or two before, and somebody went to ask him a question in a press room, and he went to answer and he hesitated and just went right into like a 15-minute song, very similar to the halftime show, but it was different songs that it didn't end up using, but it was a nice medley. I can't remember what was in it, but it was fucking good.
He cracked me up, man, because like they were in between songs, they had the mic to him, and the Super Bowl guys are like, Prince, are you sure it's safe to do this? And those dancers are wearing really high heels. You're on an acrylic floor. It's very slick. It's raining really hard. Do you want to do this? And they said, Prince just said, can you make it rain harder? And
it was
perfect. That was all he said. I mean,
I remember, I don't know if we were living together. What year was that? 2007. So we might have been living together at that time, I think.
I believe so.
I remember watching it with somebody. It might have been you, but I remember just like wanting more than any. Like, there's very few live experiences I want. That show, I would have loved to have been in the audience to watch the rain bounce off like the purple laser lights and shit. Like, so beautiful, man. Dangerous, fucking beautiful.
Real quick, let's kick back in. We have our shoot the shit segments at the end. We can get into it there.
Before we continue, though, I would like to say in terms of the halftime Super Bowl show, just real quick before we get off of it, did anybody else think that 50 Cent upside down looked like John podcasting?
I didn't even realize
Little
it was
bit.
50 Cent until halfway through he was right up. I'm like, who's this whale singing 50 Cent songs? Anyway,
Until he stood
but here's
up and he's still fucking jacked.
yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
what I'll say about the halftime show on the positives. Still love Dre. Dre Day every day. And I think Snoop Dogg is, at his age, one of the best stage performers in the world because you could tell he wasn't lip syncing and he was actually going at it, and he still put on a great stage show.
Nobody lip synced. The only thing that wasn't live.
I will argue that Eminem lip synced.
Well,
No,
he had a
track. He had a backing track. They all had a backing track.
But he does
But
that because he's getting.
None of the instruments are live, and people think Dre was actually mixing anything. That wasn't happening. Dre wasn't mixing anything. It's all pre-programmed. They don't allow live instruments at the halftime show. Never have. Just vocals.
You said that Snoop Dogg was on his game for his age. Did anybody see the footage that somebody took of Snoop Dogg off to the side smoking a joint before the
Getting
show?
high as fuck.
Yep.
Getting high. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, he is the master of his craft.
Oh, I
All right,
love it.
moving on. Second news story we wanted to cover, Ukraine.
I had one after that too.
Okay.
I wrote down notes. You told me to write down shit for our thing,
Okay.
so I did.
Well, I know you were the one who brought up Ukraine, and you also told me Trump, Hillary, you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a brief shout out to the girl with Down syndrome that got hired at Victoria's Secret to be their first Victoria's Secret underwear bikini model. Shout out to you.
I don't want to make a comment on it because
Never
no matter
heard
what
of it.
Victoria's Secret hired their first Victoria's Secret model with Down syndrome.
And good on her.
Seriously, yeah. Don't take what I'm saying as a negative way. She's absolutely gorgeous, and I don't want to say anything more than that because I don't want to sound like a creep.
It was for me. It was for my entire life. That was something that was you were never allowed to acknowledge that because that was just that's not the world. But now it's just a different world I live in. That's all. I'm not complaining, but I think it's awesome for her.
Bob, if you haven't seen her, she doesn't look like Corky.
She's a knockout. She's an absolute knockout. She's a beautiful girl.
But facially, you could tell facially she has Downs, and I haven't heard her talk. I've just seen the pictures, so I have no comment on anything like that.
I just thought it was interesting because it's a first,
Yeah, agreed. I totally agree.
History.
Ukraine. All right, so this is a saga we've had since episode 1, I think. So,
what's real? What's not real?
Man, we don't know at this point. We legitimately don't know. Where we left off last week was Zelensky and Biden talked. Biden was screaming war is imminent. Zelensky said, hey, war's not imminent, Biden. Turn down the rhetoric. You're not helping the situation. What I think happened, just a third-party outsider, I think Zelensky realized, okay, Biden wants to bolster the U.S. military-industrial complex, so he's willing to sacrifice my country to make his military-industrial complex rich. I need to open up the line of communications with Moscow. I think him and Putin have come to an understanding. He doesn't join NATO. He stops the talks about his country joining NATO. He sells gas to Germany, Russia, everybody who wants it, and everybody lives peacefully that way. Biden and the White House keep pushing the war, keep beating the war drum. Why, I don't know. Zelensky has come out in public and said, Ukraine and Russia are good. Russia's at the border. They're standing down. Well, Russia said they're standing down troops. Ukraine hasn't confirmed or denied that they've turned down troops. Biden administration has said they have not. They've increased troops. Russia's saying we've decreased troops. They're still running exercises, but that's not uncommon for militaries to do. We literally run military exercises in every corner of the globe every single day. We do it. So what's true and what's not? Well, the White House said that on February 16th, Russia was going to invade Ukraine and take over the country. And for those playing at home, today's the 19th. So,
Gotcha.
Don't know.
So that's where we're standing. Okay. The only other thing I wanted to talk about news-wise, because there's a lot of fun stuff to get to that I want to get to with Bob while Bob's here. The Clinton spy on the Trump thing. I don't know. I got to preface this. I don't read into any of the topics or headlines that I see that pop up that fascinate me, because I'll never be able to understand them. That's why I save them for this show, because you read this shit. You absorb this shit like it's like I absorb comic books and movies and shit. So for me to ask you, what the fuck is the deal with that? because Russell Brand was talking about this. That's where, see, I tend to pay attention to more Russell Brand because he feels more like in tune with what I want to be as a human being, where I want to live my life. And when I see him posting videos saying he was right with Trump talking about Clinton spying, I'm like, okay, what the fuck's going on? But I didn't take the time to actually watch the video because it was like 15, 20 minutes long.
Yeah. So
and I'm lazy.
Russell Brand just went over the broad strokes. So as we all know, Trump back in 2017 made the claim that the Clintons and Obama administration were spying on his campaign. And then the whole Steele dossier got released. Russiagate started. The Mueller investigation started. Found out there was no ties between Russia and Trump. And all the Democrats were saddened. All the Republicans were saying, see, the Steele dossier was fake. So then they did the Durham probe. Robert, he's an independent investigator that the government hired. And his report just got released. And his report found out that, in fact, it was Hillary Clinton who bought and paid for the Steele dossier to fund the Steele dossier to make up information about Donald Trump that he was colluding with Russia, which then led to the Russia investigation, which then led to impeachment and so on and so forth. So it's like Hillary Clinton got caught red-handed. Well,
but
the Clintons
going to happen.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen. I think what the positive is, I think it kills any aspirations of her running in 2024, because that's been the big news, is that she was gonna primary Biden. Which, by the way, you could literally fill a glass with water, slap a big giant D on it, and put it against Biden in the primary, and that glass of water will win. And Bob, I would like to get your take on it. Like if somebody does primary Biden for the Democratic ticket, are you going to vote for Biden, or would it depend on who the candidate is for you?
It would depend on who the candidate is. I mean, if the candidate's like Dwayne Johnson, I really need to know more.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm registered in Michigan as a Democrat. And I will vote for the glass of water.
The Rock comes to my town and says, you want to know about sustainable energy? I'll go, it doesn't matter what you have to say about sustainable energy, you jabroni.
And he would flick you away.
It's okay. John Cena. That's not true. John Cena is the slave puppet to China.
In Florida?
Why do
does your registration matter?
I hate The Rock because he's all in your face. Like, fuck. Dude, I used to follow The Rock for a long time and took inspiration from the guy, like based on how he was working out leading up to the movie or still leading up to the movie Black Adam. I stopped following him like a few months back. And every fucking time you go to look at The Rock shit, it'd be like, get jacked in the fucking gym. Oh, just had a new kid. My oldest kid is going to be a WWE superstar. Oh, it's a cheat day. I'm going to eat donuts covered in peanut butter and pancakes. Like eventually when you start seeing that over and over and over again, for me anyway, like I just want to punch the motherfucker. Like, give me something different. And he's a corporation of himself.
Exactly. I don't hate The Rock.
They all are.
I don't hate The Rock. I don't love The Rock. I did love The Rock, but the whole Joe Rogan thing really put a bad taste.
And see, I don't know about that at all.
When the Joe Rogan thing started, like the Neil Young and the Joni Mitchell and all that, he came out and he's like, man. The Rock came out and said, man, Joe, forget the haters. Don't worry about it. You keep doing you, brother. Hopefully I'll be on one day. I'll be on your show one day. We can talk about it and we'll share a glass of tequila.
So awesome. That would have been an awesome podcast.
Which would have been great. And then when the N-word, the 10-year-old N-word compilation video came out, then he came out and immediately detracted Joe Rogan. And like, instead of waiting to hear the whole story and get all the facts to it, he immediately denounced Joe Rogan, and it's just like, okay, wait a second, man. Wait to hear all the facts before you get into it. Like, so, speaking of Joe Rogan, let's just go. I mean, we could talk about this in movie and TV and entertainment, or we could talk about it here in news.
Why don't we leave it for the last part of TV, movie, and entertainment, and get to some?
That's fine.
You know what I mean? Just so I like leave that as the caveat to get to more like upbeat stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll bring it up because you know what I want to talk about. I talked to you about it last
night. Absolutely, and I'm down to talk about it.
I'm just saying, like,
there's some fun stuff I want to get to too. So,
all right. So yeah, in the news on the Trump Hillary thing, I mean, I hate to say it once again, Trump was proven right by an independent investigator that he didn't pay for, that was actually funded by the current administration. So, I mean, you take from it what you want, but I mean, at this point, depending on what side you're on and how you're divided, you're going to believe whatever you want to believe. And we're living in a time of day where you can't believe anything, whether it comes from the left or right. And that's how I feel. I don't believe anything the left says, and I don't believe anything the right says. I'm a conservative.
Yeah. I'm in this weird phase where I'm just having fun with it all and just kind of like,
yeah. And for those who heard me say I'm registered as a Democrat in Michigan, Michigan is a place where your registration matters for the primaries.
Same here.
Is it in Florida? I was just going to ask. And
yeah.
My dad got really pissed when I told him this. He's like, "Why are you registered as a Democrat?" Because my dad doesn't like that I'm a Republican. And I was like, "Well, it's pretty simple. This is all a big giant game. And I want to play the game inside the rules the best that I can. I know who's going to win the Republican ticket, so I at least want to have my vote on who's going to win the Democratic ticket. So I register as a Democrat so I can vote in the primaries as a Democrat."
You know, the whole thing is just they're all friends when they're not on camera anyway. So
somebody was. I sound like
I don't think Trump's friends with anybody off camera,
no.
left or right. I don't
not
think
even his wife.
Well, he used to be really close with the Clintons.
Back in the day when they were fucking kids and killing people.
I saw something recently. It said like AOC has been threatening to like leave Congress or government, and I'm like, please start an OnlyFans. Get the fuck out of there because you're not doing anybody any favors right now. You'll make a killing.
Doug texted me like a news article that said AOC considering getting out of public office, and Doug's caption under it just read, "OnlyFans, please God, OnlyFans."
No whammies, no whammies.
You wouldn't spend the money anyway.
To see her topless? One time I would absolutely spend one. I would spend a one-time subscription fee just to see her topless. I absolutely would do that.
I wouldn't. I do. I find her attractive. I do think she's attractive, but like I
don't care. I like boobs. I like boobs, man. I want to see every boob in the world. I don't care.
I don't want to fund her. I don't want her to become the rich that we have to tax based on her opinion.
I'm okay with that as long as.
Speaking of which, our merch store is live. Link in the description. Linktree takes you to our merch store. And Bob, I'm gonna get you a shirt, brother. What size are you?
Fuck if I know right now. I'll get back to you.
Okay. Well, if you want a big man size, you can't get a t-shirt. You have to get a long sleeve. Ask me how I know, because I'm getting a long sleeve.
How big do the long sleeves go?
They go up to 3X, I believe. Maybe 4X, but I think 3X is where it maxes. And if anybody's wondering why Bob and Kim are the only two people that I'm offering free shirts to, first off, I like Kim better than anybody else, and Bob was the 15th subscriber.
Bob's the 15th subscriber. It's like that Married with Children episode of the grocery store with Beaver.
You're the 1 millionth customer.
That is such a good. That's a show I wouldn't mind revisiting. That's on Hulu, right?
And for the record, since we're joking about this number thing, like as we do incremental stuff, I'm gonna do special merchandise. Like once we hit 100 subscribers for the 100 subscribers as we grow, just so everybody knows.
Love and marriage, love and. Okay, so Paul, what's the next graphic that you want to throw up?
Are we done with news?
Yeah, the only other thing we got is the Joe Rogan, which we'll save to the end of the TV entertainment stuff. So I've got no more news after what we talked about. Well, then
you just answered the question.
Welcome. What are you waiting for, Paul?
So, all right, I'm going to give my review of something.
Go for it. It's got to be in TV, movies, and entertainment.
Yeah. So, I've been listening to audiobooks lately, and I will recommend the audiobook of The Stand, all 47 hours of it.
It's the greatest. It is my personal favorite story ever written, and I don't say that like with like humor behind it. Like that is my favorite book. I love that fucking book.
Well, it is Bob's favorite story ever spoken.
The graphic novel's phenomenal. The movies are shit. John likes the first made-for-TV movie.
I tried watching the new one, and right off the bat, like Harold is a tall, skinny dude, and these kids are picking on him, and they're gonna post it on Instagram. And I was like, "What?"
Yeah, it was not good, man. It really was underwhelming, and especially what could have been. Same with the Dark Tower. That's another story that they just totally fucking fumbled. I feel bad because those are like his Stephen King's best works, and they have not. The only thing I've seen The Stand have any justice done. I haven't heard the audiobook. I'm sure I don't know who narrates it.
Can't remember his name.
The book's phenomenal, but the only mixed media platform of that I've seen, adaptation that I've seen that I enjoy, is the Marvel Comics version, which it's expensive as hell if you can find the compendium. But the Marvel Comics version of The Stand is overseen by Stephen King and written, I think, along with Peter David, and the art. It's just a beautiful telling of the story. You get a clear idea of what Stephen King was visualizing in his head through the artwork. It's really good. It's quite good, actually. I kind of want to reread that now. Fuck, I gotta write that down.
All right, so The Stand is a recommendation, which is
I give
segment, Bob. Which is different segment, Bob. But we're gonna.
I
let you
don't
slide
care.
With this.
I give it 9 out of 10 kings.
Okay, so Paul, do you have stuff written? 9 out of 10 kings. I like that.
Yeah, of course. We'll continue on with the saga.
I'm gonna make.
Well, let's do Peacemaker first.
Okay, but I'm gonna make Bob a T-shirt. A nice bald head, buddy.
I haven't watched Peacemaker.
I'm gonna make Bob a T-shirt, a red T-shirt in yellow lettering that said Stephen King rules, just like in the Monster Squad, and we'll send that to him.
I'll wear it.
So you want to start with Peacemaker, Paul? I mean, Bob hasn't seen it, but if he doesn't mind spoilers, we can talk about it.
It's the season
By the
finale.
way, if you don't want mind spoilers, we can totally
What
talk
do you
about
mean?
it.
What do you mean? If Bob doesn't like spoilers, I got a solution. Done.
I can still hear you. I mean,
Yeah, but we don't feel bad seeing you as we spoil it for you.
we can certainly talk about it. I'll let you go ahead and lead the charge on it.
John Cena is this dude.
Can I tell you something? I fell in love with
Dick helmet.
You know how I feel about John Cena.
Dick helmet.
To the point where you got me the outfit, which I still, by the way, I wore the shirt Friday. I wear it to work once a week. That shirt is one of my favorite shirts. The guy I fell in love with became something that I still love a lot. At the same time, I'm conflicted because of his views with the whole Taiwan China thing and Fast and the Furious 9. It's kind of fucked up. The same way it's fucked up that this American girl skated for China, but whatever. That's beside the point. But the guy,
I agree on the skater. I don't agree on John Cena. I can still respect the art. Well, not.
Oh, that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. In spite of the fact that I don't like that about him, the Peacemaker is leaps and bounds the guy I fell in love with. It feels like this is the dude he was born to play. Now that said, he does look like a living, breathing action figure. He fucking looks like a toy come to life.
Yeah.
I think that was the goal.
If they wanted to remake Small Soldiers with him in the fucking lead, they'd have $1 million idea. Is $1 million that make a difference anymore?
No.
Yeah.
That might buy you a trailer down the road.
Jump to conclusion, Matt. That's $1 million idea.
give it 5 months, $1 million would be a T-bone steak.
No shit, dude. Holy
so
fuck.
As you guys know from watching, if you've watched our episodes, I started Peacemaker with the lowest of low expectations, and I gotta lie, it's my sleeper win for show of the year so far. Like it turned me around.
The first episode is slow.
The first episode, my problem was I was watching John Cena play the Peacemaker. Episode 2, I was getting a little bit more in the flow, but I was still watching John Cena play the Peacemaker. Episode 3, I watched the Peacemaker. Like, episode 3 is where John Cena really, like, you could tell, came into the comfort level of the role.
For me, John Cena as an actor peaked at that movie with Amy Schumer.
Cock Blockers?
No, the movie with Amy Schumer and Bill Hader. The fuck is it? Trainwreck.
Never seen it. Trainwreck was Amy Schumer. That's right. I forgot he was in that.
He played. I saw it once. Dealer.
Yeah, that movie. I didn't. I saw it once and totally forgot.
He was like on top of her, and she's like, "He's crushing me. He's crushing me."
I totally forgot he was in that movie. I forgot about that movie until you just brought it up. I knew she had made a movie.
And then wasn't he like the actual father of the kids in Daddy's Home?
Might have been. I do know that Chris Rock has another movie around that same time that nobody else remembers the way I didn't remember that movie, called Top 5 with Rosario Dawson, which I actually enjoy quite a bit.
Never heard
Speaking
of
of
it.
Rosario Dawson,
I recommend it. You'd love it, Bob.
I just recently rewatched Kids. Guess what? Still a fucked up movie.
Yep. It's not going to change, buddy.
It'll
Give
never not be fucked up.
That's
If it stops being fucked up, you as a person have got issues at that point.
Yeah. Shh, it's just Casper.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible.
Fucking piece of
I
shit.
I saw that in the theater opening night, dude, and that was.
I got on a big. Who's the creator of Kids? He also did Spring Breakers.
Harvey Korman.
Harmony Korman.
Harmony
Korine. And he's made a lot of great movies. Actually,
and that's the thing. I came across him on Letterman, a compilation.
Yeah, where he got
banned.
Where he got banned from Letterman after 3 apperances. And I came across that, and I went. No, I believe it was after. Yeah, it might have been a Gummo.
No, I think it was Gummo.
But yeah, I went on a big Harmony Korman kick after I watched that.
Spring Breakers is so good.
I watched Spring Breakers, I watched Gummo, and I watched Kids. And I gotta tell you, man, Gummo, it's a fucked up movie, but it's not like fucked up to the point of Kids where like, man, I really don't want to be watching this. Like Gummo is just Gummo is an interesting perspective because you can actually see people living that way, like in Southern Ohio, the Appalachian states, and it is a fucked up way of life, but it's a way of life, and it's entertaining.
I've only started The Beach Bum, and I never did finish it, but that's one he made. I think his last movie he made with Matthew McConaughey and Snoop Dogg. Yeah, I still want to finish that.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Soul Plane. Let me tell you something.
I've never watched it.
I watched it in the theater multiple times because it came out when I was a projectionist.
I saw it in the theater for free because of Doug being a projectionist.
I've seen that movie so many times that I am beyond people saying, "Who the fuck would like Soul Plane?" If you're not willing to sit down, step outside of yourself, and look at how shitty life can be, and just sit down and laugh at some stupid fucking jokes for an hour and a half. Soul Plane has some really underrated, not only funny fucking jokes, but like underrated performances from people who are now considered like the biggest comedian. Kevin Hart was a nobody in that fucking movie. Godfrey. Snoop Dogg was always Snoop Dogg.
All right, so back to Peacemaker.
Sorry.
Season finale, episode 8. Well written. James Gunn knocked it out of the park again.
This may be his.
Still have a problem with the CGI cow, but I'm over it.
Really
well written, great arcs for every character, lots of redemption, lots of people get to end as the hero. Vigilante went down like a champ and got back up like a champ. Hardcore is still fucking hot. I'm really hoping we get to see her naked in season 2.
John Economist became a fan favorite. Stephen Agee's character. Diebeard, when you get to the story of why he died.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's a great story. Every character had a great story arc. And remember how I said last week? I'm like, Robert Pattinson, why waste a good character? Why did they kill such a main character? They found a miraculous way to bring him back and to where he's going to be in the show for as long as it runs. And I'm for it because I'm big.
Robert Pattinson.
What is his name? What's the T-1000's name?
Robert Patrick.
Oh, Robert Patrick.
Oh, yeah. I was way off. Fuck me, guys.
Yeah.
I'll say T-1000 next time. I'll just say T-1000.
No, because the Batman's getting ready to come out, and that's what I thought when you said Robert Pattinson.
That's why it fucked me up, because I just watched Review Bro all night last night. I fell asleep to it. And
the Little Caesars
Batman pizza. Yeah.
The Bat Calzone, the Bat Zone. Yeah.
That's why my mind's
Is it like the Balzoni or something?
The Batzoni, yeah, it's looks greasy as shit, man.
All they did was quarter a pizza and flip 2 of the quarters on top of each other.
All I know is I'm gonna go see it.
I am too. I really want to. I'm gonna see. I think the Batman comes out March 4th or 14th. I can never remember.
4th.
All I know is 2022. That's what it said on the Little Caesars box.
Yeah, I think depending on what payday that falls on, I'm going to see it in the theater. I might not see it opening weekend, but that's one I want to see. The more I wasn't really all about it when they said they were going to redo it, and then they opened up the whole DC universe as like the multiverse and their infinite Earths, whatever. And I saw the recent trailers, and when I realized who Colin Farrell's Penguin was in the trailer, and now Paul Dano's been talking more about the Riddler, and now I'm excited. Now I'm curious to see what Matt Reeves is going to bring to the table. I like the clip. I don't know if you've seen the clip of Batman punching Jim Gordon. Like you're saying he moonlights for the. I'm saying he moonlights as a cop and then just punches him. I want to see that fucking movie in the theater. I'm with you. I just wish we had an IMAX kind of theater around here so I could see it the right
down
way.
here, just normal theaters now. Like if you go to a not matinee showing, it's like $23
for one ticket.
Yep.
Fuck you. At Regal Cinemas.
Yep.
How much is the Edison 8? Is that still open?
Not for first run movies.
Oh.
We went to Ghostbusters. I don't even remember what the price of the ticket was. We went to Ghostbusters Afterlife. I bought my ticket. Did I buy your ticket, Doug?
No, I bought my own. You bought mom her ticket.
I bought mom's,
and then you threw it in my fucking face at the counter like an asshole. But no,
you made the balls big at the counter, and then I threw it in your face.
I didn't make the balls big. You're misremembering. I was high as a kite, dude. We were getting ready to get COVID. Shut up.
Bob,
we almost died.
Bob. Doug doesn't make the balls big, does he? He never makes the balls big, does he?
What
I misread situations. They're huge. They're hound doggy.
Does Doug ever make the balls? You don't know what make the balls big is?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It means like when somebody does something, they overtly like go out of their way to make a big deal about it in front of everybody. So
fuck off, dude. We're fucking hosting a show about entertaining people.
Bob, what he's doing is making the balls big.
I hate you so much right now. I hate you so much.
So on that note, I'm gonna go for the night.
No. Wait, before you go,
are you really leaving?
Yeah, one of my wives made me Buckeyes, and I'm gonna have one.
God damn it!
Now, what's a Buckeye to you? Hold on. What's a Buckeye?
It's the chocolate with the peanut butter.
The cream cheese peanut butter filling.
Yeah, she made them homemade.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not fried oyster.
I've heard other people call it a Buckeye something differently, and it wasn't the same thing. And I'm like, this is not a fucking
No, they're
Buckeye.
from Ohio.
Before you go, I do want to finish up two things and get your opinion on something because we're talking about the Peacemaker finale. I don't want to.
I'll be right back.
I don't know if you plan on watching it, so I really don't want to spoil the last part of it because it involves the Snyder universe.
I'll watch it at some point.
Okay,
yeah.
So I'm not going to spoil it, but I will say this: there's two cameos. There's four cameos, but two in particular that show up and have a great R-rated line in the thing. Aside from that, the fact that everything is all opened up. Have you seen the photos, either of you? I didn't realize that they were also simultaneously filming The Flash along with the Batgirl movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so, have any of you seen the new Keaton Batman?
Yes.
Okay,
and they still didn't
I have not.
turn his head.
Batman. Okay, so Batman's coming back in The Flash, Paul. It looks like they're doing the Flashpoint paradox, and that's what's going to unite the TV show and the Snyderverse and make everything all one. Apparently, they're filming Batgirl, and Michael Keaton signed a deal to come on, and I think they're going to end up doing Batman Beyond with him eventually. I would hope so, because that would be fucking awesome. But right now,
because he's like 73,
but he looks so good, and he stays in shape. And right now, he is filming his second role as Batman in the new universe with the Batgirl movie, and they showed footage of him in the new Batman, his new Batman cut, and it looks kind of badass. I think it's like an updated version of the Burton suit.
It's a very updated version of the Burton suit, but those pictures, they haven't said whether or not that's actually him or whether it's a stuntman. You can't get in close enough to see.
I agree. It's hard to see them.
The problem is he bitched nonstop that he couldn't turn his head in the original, and the cowl doesn't turn in this one either. So it's like, dude, couldn't you just give him a turning cowl? Really?
But how do you make a turning cowl practical for a suit like that? Because the part of that, the appeal to that suit for making a movie, I would argue, is you're entertaining fans and they want to see the cool suit. But at the same time, how do you make that work?
I loved Affleck's suit, and he can turn his fucking head.
Yeah, but he had to do this.
Yeah, well, Keaton has to just rotate his entire body like a fucking chess piece.
I still want to see it. I'm so excited.
Bob, my last thing before you leave, we offer this to every guest, and I made a graphic, so I want to run the graphic.
Wait.
Here it is. Oh, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
Before you do, one other thing I want to say for Bob. I don't know if you see, because Bob recommended this to me, and it was on the list for TV entertainment movies. Netflix Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I actually did watch it. I forgot it was a thing, and it popped up. I haven't watched it yet.
I heard it was horrible. Thoughts?
It was garbage. I'm going to say this. At first, the idea was novel to me. The sense that it was a direct sequel to the original Texas Chainsaw. I'm like, okay.
Cutting out everything else, which bothered me because I still think Texas Chainsaw 2 is one of the greatest movies ever made. Regardless, it cut out everything else. It was a direct sequel to the first one. Years later, set in 2021, I'm assuming. Or modern day, whatever you want. And I legitimately thought the lady playing Sally was the original actress. It's not. She's an Irish actress, but they update it.
They try and incorporate the survivor of the first movie as kind of like a Jamie Lee Curtis survivor hunter character, all the while setting where he's been hiding out. Here's my problem with the movie. The ideas are novel. It's fresh. It is an original take. Its execution was poor. It was over gratuitous in the gore, like really over gratuitous in my opinion, like to a certain point, like a Saw level point at some point. My biggest problem with it is Texas Chainsaw happened in what? 1973, 1974, maybe even 72. They're portraying Leatherface from that movie in modern time 2021, which is what?
He would
40,
be 80.
50.
He would be 80 something.
And he looks like he's maybe in his mid to late 40s.
Yeah.
That's my biggest issue with it. And he's
I think it's 60 years later is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. It's a hard to believe movie. I get why they made it, but I did want to ask you that before you jumped off because you were mentioning it to me.
Yeah, I'm curious, but I'm not in any hurry. I haven't been watching anything. I've been working and just listening to either music or audiobooks right now.
I recommend the Dave Grohl book that he just released in audio format. It's quite good.
Yeah.
He reads it.
All right, Bob. We offer every guest this, and I made the graphic, so I want to play it.
You know, we truly are becoming a caricature of ourselves.
Agreed. So we offer the final thoughts to every guest. It's your time to impart wisdom on our viewers, wisdom from the week that you have that you want other people to know. Go for it.
So here's some basic wisdom for everyone who drives.
Uh-oh.
Not a lot of people drive.
There's
Small
a lot of
demographic.
there's a lot of people who are big on auditing the police right now. As someone who got pulled over the other day, when I got pulled over, let me walk you.
You got pulled over?
Yeah, let me walk you through what happened when I got pulled over.
What is auditing?
So when you film
you
the police
videotape.
and you try to fucking prove them wrong and all that shit.
Okay.
So, lady pulls me over. I roll down my window. I put my hands like this on top of my steering wheel so she can see my hands.
First question: was she hot?
Oh my god, dude! For real?
She was backlit.
Matters.
She was backlit.
Okay. Gotcha. Couldn't see your face. Go ahead.
She's like, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" I said, "No, ma'am."
Hot to trot.
I'm like, "I'm just trying to urinate." And she's like, "Oh, I see on your GPS you're going to the Circle K right here." I'm like, "Correct." And she's like, because she could see on my screen that I was literally turning right before.
Yeah,
she
me
pulled
and Doug
over.
had the same thought. Like, her GPS in her car? How did
No.
she know where you were going?
And I'm like, "So why did you pull me over?" She's like, "Oh, you did a rolling stop, a couple stop signs back."
Hollywood.
I'm like, "Sorry, I really just have to pee." And she's like, and then another cop pulls up. She waves him away, and she gives me my warning. And she's like, "All right, go pee. Hurry up, man."
Written or verbal?
Written.
Okay.
She was very calm, very cool. I mean, she looked and she saw that I have a Leatherman and all my stuff right there. She didn't,
Bust your balls.
No, not at all. I'm like, and I understand people getting scared. Like, I was in a back alley. Like, this is one of those places where generally you shouldn't pull over. Like, if I were afraid for myself, I would not have pulled over there.
May I ask the location?
It was somewhere in Cape Coral in one of those back alleys where it's like a
Circle K is Cape Coral. Analyzing.
No,
GPSing.
I know the Circle K's you're talking about. I can.
Where you're like behind there, and then there's like an industrial park behind it. But
I know exactly what you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah, so it's one of those places. It's just there's no one around at all.
Yeah, I know
So
exactly.
If anything happens, you're not going to be seen by anybody.
And I'm assuming this is post 2:00 in the morning.
Oh yeah, very much post 2:00 in the morning, and I'm just like, look, I just want to urinate and go home. And so she was cool. And I had just watched earlier these videos on these people who go off on these police. And it's like, look, I've dealt with some shitty cops. Not every cop is shitty. There's no reason to try to be like, I don't have to answer your questions. I don't have to show you my ID. That doesn't have to be done on every traffic stop.
Must be nice to have white privilege.
Yeah.
Well, I always
I'm joking. Continue.
Paul, our uncle Paul, who Paul's named after, was a Michigan State Trooper. That's why I've always had, I can take any joke. I don't take anything seriously. You guys know me very well. That's why when anybody like makes comments like, "Oh yeah, Doug's," like when Skylar likes to fuck with me about my Punisher hat, like my back to blue hat, you know, like I'm okay with that. I can take a joke, but like for the reality of, I get that there are police that have made it difficult for people in this world in this country to live. I get it. I totally do. But Paul and I, our experience with law enforcement is completely different. Our uncle was a great man. So
I've had some horrible experiences with FMPD. Been thrown on the hood of my car. You know, I've had all kinds of shit happen to me for no reason. But I've found that if you're just, at least in my case, you know, it's just put my hands out the window, answer the question, and usually I'm good to go.
Was it Cape PD or was it Lee County?
Cape Coral, which are usually the worst. So when the second one pulled up,
boys in green, my alma mater.
Yeah,
love the county boys.
When the second one pulled up, I'm like, oh crap! And then I literally saw her go like this and wave him off.
Hey, can I ask, speaking of the boys in green, Mike Scott's no longer the sheriff, is he?
No.
What's he doing now? Like, because he was a big figure for a long time in Fort Myers.
I don't know what he's doing now.
Yeah, so was McDougal before him. I think it's a Latin guy, right? There's a Latino. Yeah. Yep.
McDougal.
Keep up on these things.
McDougal's kid got arrested so many times.
You keep up on those things? Is Jim Belushi's Comedy Club still over by the old Barnes and Noble?
That's been
I'm
gone
talking
for
about Lee
years.
County Sheriff. I worked for Lee County Sheriff's Department.
Been gone for years, dude.
Good. Fuck Jim Belushi.
It's not even just Jim Belushi. That whole place went bankrupt yet again.
What about Captain Brian's? That's still pretty hot and heavy, I would imagine.
It's still going on, and Off the Hook's still going. Yeah. What's his name from the league was just at Off the Hook?
Oh, Steve Ranazizi. You and John were talking about going. Did you guys end up doing it?
Fuck no. Like I said, I work. I'm pretty much.
Jesus Christ! This is a final thought.
Sorry.
Final thought.
Drop in tomorrow at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time to Brothers from Other Mothers.
That wasn't for you, Bob. That was more for Doug. Me like final thought. Finish your story to get into your final thought.
That's the final thought. If you're getting pulled over, try not to be a complete asshole. It won't serve you well. You know,
it will serve you well, or won't?
It will not serve you well. I'm not saying you can't videotape the cops, but I'm saying don't antagonize the cops. Because I watched a video of a guy really going out of his way to fuck with some cops the other day.
Now, I'm assuming as a driver, you have like the little cell phone holder up on the dash, right?
Oh yeah, and I have I have a camera that's recording outside and inside, plus my other.
And I'm assuming I've seen your car, but I haven't seen it lit up with the lift shit. I'm assuming you have like the lift or the Uber decal. No, you don't. Okay.
Nope.
So when she walked up, she didn't know you were a commercial driver.
Nope. She saw it as soon as she walked up because the app was up.
Oh, okay.
Like I was in between rides, so she saw it and she was like, "Oh, okay." But nothing. And she didn't check to see if I had a sledgehammer in my door or anything. But final thought: brush your teeth, kids.
Really brought that full circle, my friend. You really brought that full circle. Thanks for joining us, Bob.
All right, you guys have a great evening.
If you got time later on and we're still running, come back if you want to.
Yeah, all right. We'll be on for a while.
You guys have a good one.
Talk to you later. All right, so Peacemaker is where we were, right?
Yeah.
I thought the finale was fantastic. Like I said, I think every character got a decent story arc, even the little green dude, which I still don't understand his role in the whole thing, but he eats spicy Cheetos and he gets on. Are you muting? Do you have a mute button? Do you have a mute button?
I figured out how to mute because every time I watch and I go, and I'm like, it would drive me nuts. So I'm like, fuck, I'm going to just hold the button and start muting myself every time I have to sneeze or grunt. Judo Master, he will play out eventually. That's the thing I was saying to you when we were talking on the phone about the Peacemaker is James Gunn has basically done, in my opinion, to DC what he did at Marvel with Guardians of the Galaxy. He did by starting the Suicide Squad. Now, I will say that I enjoyed the Suicide Squad. I'll even go as far to say I enjoyed David Ayer's Suicide Squad. It may not be a great movie and it may have a lot of fucking flaws, but compared to what it was supposed to be before Warner Brothers got involved in cutting it up, I kind of firmly believed in the story. Now, James Gunn's, while it was a sequel and also a reimagining, I enjoyed, but I didn't think it was anything special, especially not on the level of Guardians of the Galaxy. Peacemaker, Again, when I told you to watch it, I said the first episode is kind of slow. It takes a little while to get there, but by 2 or 3, it fucking gets so good, and it doesn't stop. And they started rolling in. He started taking characters that nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck about Guardians of the Galaxy. When Jim Valentino was writing and drawing it, nobody gave a fuck about Guardians of the Galaxy except the hardcore group of nerds, man.
And he turned it into something spectacular.
And he turned it into a fucking Disney ride, dude. His movie became a Disney ride, an experience for people to go and see. And what he did with the Peacemaker could qualify as like reinventing their film cinematic universe. Like, he's taking characters that nobody gave a fuck about the DCU that existed, they were fun characters to fringe people like me and a few other nerds, and he's making them so fucking beautiful. The Peacemaker, like you said to Bob when we were talking about the Peacemaker, the first 2 or 3 episodes, he's playing the Peacemaker from the Suicide Squad, but then you start to get to know
it was John Cena. I saw John Cena playing the Peacemaker. By episode 3, I saw the Peacemaker. There was no John Cena involved.
See, my understanding and how I'm looking at it, how I chose to look at it, I guess, was he went from being the Peacemaker in the Suicide Squad, which is what a character like you really had no redeemable qualities. He had a few funny lines that made me laugh, but he was an asshole. He went from being that guy to like, you got to learn why he was that way, how he was raised, who he was as a person, how he felt. Like, he became a more than a 2-dimensional character, or a 1-dimensional. I can't think of the proper term of what I'm trying to explain, but he became more than just some simple fucking arrogant douchebag. He became a real human being with like emotions that you started to see, like, and it was beautiful. And he did it beautifully. He did it, and everybody did.
They turned a CGI eagle into one of my favorite fucking characters, where I shed tears when he was on a fucking veterinarian table.
Fucking eagly.
Like, you have to do some pretty spectacular writing. Actually, now that I'm a dog owner, like a year in, I have 2 dogs. Like, I'm not gonna lie, animals pull the heartstrings when I see them on screen. Truly does. Right now, both my feet are being warmed. I have a golden retriever on 1 foot each.
Skylar posted something on Instagram the other day. It was, I don't know if it was his mom's, his sister, somebody he knew had it was a video that he had recorded himself and put the Instagram.
How's he doing?
He's doing really good. Death by Taco, I believe, is no longer going to be a thing. I think they're going to stop doing it, but he's got other avenues that he's working on, I believe. If I remember, I got to read
like he's just going to repurpose the trucks.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure. I got to re-look. I don't want to talk about it right now. Like, he announced it on Instagram, but I don't.
Good dude.
I
wish him nothing but the best.
Well, absolutely great dude.
I don't know him that well, but he's a good dude. I always enjoyed having him when I was a guest on the other show. The other show is Brothers from Other Mothers, by the way. And if you want to watch any of the shows or follow them on any of the social media, links are in the description for that show, as well as Bob and Doug Save You from Boredom.
So what else we got?
I didn't mean to cut you up. Go ahead.
No, we're good, man. We're good. Let's move on.
I just wanted to promote the other shit while we were talking about it. Other things we got is Pam and Tommy.
Oh, I forgot to write that down. You're right.
Episode 5. Did you watch it?
Go ahead and start talking about. I did. I watched everything that I was supposed to watch. Go ahead and start talking about what you guys did, because I want to talk about shows that you haven't watched either. So go ahead.
Things I like about this is a massive. It's kind of like a Tarantino film throughout a series, which is interesting because you're jumping timelines a little bit, not much. You're not going back and forth a lot, but you are a little. But characters, as you get past episode 1, are the focus of a show. So this episode did not involve Seth Rogen or Nick Offerman and their characters whatsoever. This was to the point where they realized the video has gotten out of control, and they realized, okay, it's getting out there. Now to the point where it's being discussed on the Tonight Show with Leno, which, by the way, the actor they got playing Leno, I think they used practical effects to make the actor look like Leno.
Stupid.
Yeah. Do you know the actor who's playing Leno? I didn't look it up, but I'm like,
I didn't look it up either.
Yeah, the practical effects. Practical effects are terrible. But
he looked like a spoof you'd see on fucking In Living Color of Leno.
Yeah. This episode was focusing on how they realized that the tape is out of control. They can no longer contain it.
Yeah, because nobody knew what the internet was like back then at that particular time.
Yeah. And it's to the point where the internet's not involved anymore. And now you're talking about third-party tape trading and it's getting around to like writers' rooms of big TV shows, i.e., the Tonight Show in this case. What I do find fascinating is the side plot with the Los Angeles Times reporter. I would like to know if that's true, and I'd like to research more into that, because I have been in that position, especially like without going into a lot of detail, of as a Navy intelligence analyst, where you catch something big before it's even going to happen. And you're like, hey, boss man, look at this. We need to start talking about this. If we don't talk about this now, we need to talk about it soon. And your boss is going, we've never done it like that before. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. And then it ends up blowing up and being a big deal. And you're not the one who breaks the lead. So from that like Los Angeles Reporter Time, Los Angeles Times reporter point of view, I think that's an interesting side plot that I relate to, even though it's a 60-pound Asian lady, that the storyline is this almost 300-pound white guy can relate to her character in a story. So the writing is really well on that. Again, Sebastian Stan, National Treasure. Lily, what's her name? What's her last name?
I can't think of it off the top of my head.
They're both national treasures as actors. I think they're playing their roles phenomenally. You can see the frustration growing in
I
their
think everybody
relationship.
does. Everybody in that show. Like, I hate
do-
Seth Rogen as a person right these days, but he was phenomenal as Ren. Nick Offerman's phenomenal. Everybody involved. in the show
you missed
except
it while you were
Ren.
gone. I said this episode had nothing to do with Nick Offerman or Seth Rogen's character. Their characters are pretty much out of but they're still good. I agree. But
in the story of the grand scheme of things,
the one critique I have, and I mean, I'd have to go back and I'd have to research this and think about this really hard. They're making it seem they're putting the strife and the drama between Pam and Tommy in 1996, which is weird because I know for a fact they have 2 kids together. So 9 months times 2, that's 18 months. Even if the next episode they get pregnant with the first child, it seems like way too early for them to have a strife. I feel like they got divorced in the early 2000s, and that's when all like the strife happened.
their son.
I could be wrong.
Their son Brandon Thomas Lee is 25. He was born June 5th, 1996. And their son Dylan Jagger Lee was born December 29th, 1997, and he's 24.
Okay, so as soon as one came out of the oven, they put one in. Ultimately, it still proves my point. I think in the February of 1996, where this is taking place, this is way too early for them to having arguments and fights that would break them up. Small critique, doesn't really matter. I understand they got to move the story along for the show, but that's my one critique. That's how my brain works. So, can you turn the stream off? Because
I did. I was just checking to see if somebody was in there. Relax, you big baby.
I've got them up. I've got all the streams up.
I was just checking to see if Kim was still with us. If she commented or anything like that. That's all.
Kim, we miss you. We love you. Say
I'm
words.
just checking to see if anybody's watching, really, because I like.
Kim, show us you care.
I like when comments pop on the screen. It's fun, and I'm getting kind of drunk, and I had to go grab some fucking sushi.
Do you want me to put this up on the screen? I can put it up on the screen.
Rest in peace, Rip.
I want to caption this and just pull it up anytime like you're having a lull. Just Kim saying "rip."
That's cool. I want to talk about 1,000 Pound Sisters, which I know you've never seen. I'll be honest, I've never actually seen an episode.
Not only have I not seen it, I've never heard of it. Can I take a stab at what it is? And I've done zero research. I swear to God, hand on Bible, on our mother's life, Doug. I know nothing about it. Can I take a fucking shot in the dark at what it is? I'm going to guess it's a TLC or a Lifetime show, or in that vein. Am I right on one of the two? TLC? TLC was my first guess. Okay. It's a TLC show, and it's going to be, the first episode is going to be initiated by a sister.
Never seen any of the episodes. Never seen any.
I have never seen. Okay.
I have.
Oh, you haven't. You haven't. You've just been doing research
I've just been watching YouTube clips that have been popping up in my feed.
Oh, I would count that. I would count that as watching an episode.
To the point where. But here's the thing: they're 3 seasons in. They just had their season finale for the 3rd season, and I only know that because of the research. The short research.
Bless America.
The short research. Well, there's a lot of crazy fucking shows on TLC, dude. YouTube has shown me so many crazy fucking things. There's a show about a girl. I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but it's about a 20-some-year-old girl who's got a disease where she's living in the body of like a child and has like a child's voice. And it's very tiny and trying to be an adult woman and attract men, but looks like a kid. It's there's so many weird Jazz. I am
sounds
Jazz.
like business should be a booming for her,
dude. I am Jazz. That's in 7 seasons now about the transgender kid in Florida who was born a boy and her parents allowed.
Look at you, all progressive.
Well, I started watching the show when I lived in Florida. That's how into the show I am, and I'd gotten out of it when I moved here, and because I got into 1,000-Pound Sisters on YouTube, I started getting into fine, where I Am Jazz is now in the world, and God, not only does Jazz sound and look like a beautiful woman, but like Jazz is like going through like crazy, like it's just insane. It's weird to. I don't know. It's weird to get into something and then go back years later and see where it's at and like just see how different it is. But I got into my YouTube algorithm changes. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I keep putting chapstick on my lips because it's cold as fuck where we live. My lips are like sandpaper and they keep drying out. And anyway, I don't know how YouTube algorithm works. I don't know how shit pops up in my feed or why it pops in my feed. I don't talk out loud when I'm in my apartment. I just watch shit as it pops up that interests me. And for whatever reason, 1,000-Pound Sisters clips started popping up in my feed from TLC. And I was intrigued because of how one of the sisters look. I mean, they were both very big girls, and there's nothing wrong with that. But like, there's one girl in particular where it's like I was trying to understand how somebody there's a lot of TLC shows about overweight people, my 600-pound life, my 1,000-pound life, where you try and understand how somebody gets to that point. And we come from fat people. We came from people who are very close to a lot of these people. We have people in our family still who are close to that size people. And I try and think of like their lives, and maybe I don't know everything about somebody's life, so I don't know what factors into it all, but it's just a fascinating show to watch. And I got sucked into it to the point where I downloaded all 3 seasons now, and I'm going to start watching them episode by episode. Like, I'm very intrigued by these sisters. But 1,000-Pound Sisters is about Tammy and Amy Slayton. I can't remember exactly where. I want to say Alabama, Arkansas. I'm probably wrong, and don't quote me on that. Do your own research. Google it. But it's about these 2 sisters from a family of like 6 or 7, I want to say, maybe 5. And their brother ends up getting involved in the show and losing weight. He was a big dude, but like, Amy got like lap band surgery or weight loss surgery. Gastric bypass, maybe. I'm not exactly sure what kind, but she lost a bunch of weight. Ended up meeting a dude, ended up having a kid, like has this beautiful story. She's a wonderful lady. And then her sister, Tammy, is the bigger of the 2, and she's like in her early 30s, and she's pushing like 1,000 pounds. Like she's like 700. No, she's 700. I'm sorry. She's close to like 700, 750. She's a big girl. Can't get around without a walker. Can't go out without a wheelchair accessible. Has a lot of problems. The cliffhanger of 3rd season, she stopped breathing. They put her in like a rehab facility, and she stopped breathing after being there for like a week, I think. But it's just a fascinating show. It's a fascinating show to look at. People who live the same struggles that I live. Now, granted, it's a reality show, so I totally understand that it's fully produced, that there's a lot of shots and sequences made specifically for the show, and you have to go through shit. I know people who've worked on those shows. I completely understand that that's what it is. That said, it's still a very real and fascinating and albeit entertaining look at people's lives at some point. And I truly understand. I wouldn't say I truly understand. I do. I would say I understand, like the mental battle, the addiction with food and that addiction of eating and stuff. Like you see it wearing on this girl, this young 30-year-old who looks much older because she's just hidden behind so much of what she's consumed. And it's I don't know. It's a show I actually recommend. It's something I've never seen that I'm getting ready to watch. It's a show I've never seen that I'm getting ready to watch that I absolutely recommend based on the countless YouTube clips that I researched watching it, but I really enjoyed the show quite a bit.
Kim says she cares. I'm sorry, Kim. I was taking the dogs out, and she also says I can't bring myself to call Ripperton. He always been Bobby Ripperton.
Here,
you just confused us at the beginning because we don't know that history.
When I hear the word "rip," I think of the Hulk Hogan movie No Holds Barred.
I think of Undertaker versus Yokozuna in the first ever casket match.
Such a good match. 10. Such an amazing match. Such a great fucking performance on both accounts.
Yep.
I miss Yokozuna. So I said my piece about Netflix Texas Chainsaw. That movie can suck a hot set of dicks. Michael Keaton looks cool as Batman. 1,000 Pound Sisters, Peacemaker. You wanted to talk before we go into anything else that you have written down. You did, unless you have more TV, movie, entertainment stuff to talk about. You wanted to talk about the JRE thing before we veered off into.
Yeah. So the news broke yesterday? Question mark. I don't know. This shit's all kind of running together to me. Just so everybody knows, while Doug just got done talking about my 1,000-pound sister.
It's such a great show. I recommend it highly. TLC.
Yeah, and if you're new to the show, I'm on a diet. This is now, tomorrow will be my second week.
That's what I'm saying.
The end of my second week of my diet. I'm 15 pounds down for anybody at home who cares, which means I lost 5.
Good on you, brother.
Ooh, I'm assuming you talked about something about those beautiful DSLs of yours, because Miss Kim says, keep those lips moist. Did you talk about moisturizing your lips? I'm assuming.
No, because I've literally gone through, I'm not even bullshitting. In the last 3 days, I've gone through a tube and a half of chapstick. It has been so cold here walking back and forth that my lips are they're like sandpaper rubbing together, dude. I got to constantly keep rubbing shit on them. They keep drying out.
Gotcha.
My nose is like that too. My nose is all pink. You can't see it on camera, but all of this is pink.
It's red. You can see some red.
It's almost like I got a yeast infection in my nose, man.
So, I'm not on a diet to lose weight, but of course, the ultimate side quest of a diet is you're going to lose weight. I'm on it for the more health aspects.
1,000 Pound Brothers.
Yeah. So, so I'm 50 pounds down now, but damn it, you derailed me, man.
Good. Now you know what it feels like.
This is what it feels like for you to
allow me to kiss the sky one more time while you figure this shit out.
Oh yeah. Okay. So anyway, yeah, I know what I was gonna say. I'm back. Just read this story to me, Doug, and I'll come back to you.
1,000 Pound Sisters.
1,000 pounds. So I'm on a diet. So when you're on a diet, your mental faculties kind of go loose. I have literally eaten nothing but baked chicken, steamed vegetables, and sushi for the last 2 weeks. That is the only food I have consumed.
Can I say something to you?
Go ahead.
It shows. And I'm not saying that to fuck with you or because we're talking about it, but like I do see it in your face as your brother and it looks good. I just wasn't going to bring it up unless you brought it up. It's like, because I know as somebody who check that Tony said he's going to pop in for a minute. As somebody that's why I was talking about 1,000 Pound Sisters, because as somebody who's gone through this journey himself and is struggling with it now, I've noticed that since I put weight on,
I missed everything when I took the dogs out. My wireless headset was out of range.
1,000 Pound Sisters is a show that like you end up feeling for you feel for everybody involved in the show, but there's a character in the show, a very heavy girl who's in her early 30s, and she's like pushing 750. And at the end of this last season, the cliffhanger was that she stopped breathing for a little while. And you watch the clips that I've seen, you go through. I understand it because I'm going through the same struggle. Like she's struggling with mental problems. Like she's in her early 30s, never got to have a life because she's been big her whole life, and got into drugs and alcohol recently as a 700-pound person who's already attached to a fucking oxygen tank. So like go ahead.
Good. I literally had this conversation with mom and dad today when I was at their place. I'm like, I guess I'm just built different from people because I'm so much more sharp and on point when I'm fat and happy. Like when I'm fat, like I'm not. I mean, I'm not healthy. I'm not healthy. It's my internals that suffer when I live, with no rules or anything. But when I start fucking up mentally, like right now, I won't lie to you guys. I'll be real with you guys. Like right now, mentally, I'm fucked. I'm not sharp. It's not that I'm not getting the nutrients I need to survive. I am not. There's not a limit on how much I can eat. I can eat all the chicken and vegetables and all the sushi I want, but I'm not satiated. And when I'm satiated, that's when I don't think about food and I think about other things going on in the world, and I can actually put thought, analyze, and do things good. To where now I'm constantly like not hungry, but not satiated. You know what I mean? Like I'm in that middle point. So I think I'm built weird and built different because we were talking about this today. She's like, mom even said, she's like, you're looking good. She's like, pretty soon you're going to be giving Doug a run for his money. I'm like, God, I hope not. I'm like, God, I hope not. I'm like, Doug's happy doing this shit. He's positive losing weight. I feel like a curmudgeon when I'm doing this. I go out of my way to not be a dick when I'm on a diet and when I'm doing this kind of shit.
But you also don't stick with it long enough though too. Like you say that I enjoy this, and I do enjoy losing weight. But the problem, you're not the problem. What you got to understand is when I started doing all this, I felt exactly like you. I didn't want to fucking do this shit, dude. I was fucking drinking 1.5 liters of vodka every 2 fucking nights, smoking tons of fucking weed. Like I was miserable as fuck. That first year of fucking walking and it just was awful. I fucking hated it. And we had just started. It wasn't until this last year, like the end of 2020, maybe beginning of 2021.
Wow, that's awesome. I don't know how you're saying that too. If you're saying it to me,
you for losing weight, dumbass.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much.
When the dispensary started opening up around here, I noticed real quick that walking wasn't going to cut it, because I started experimenting with concentrates, like high sativa concentrates I should be eating lunch.
Don't do it, Kim. Don't do it. It's miserable.
I would actually. No, look, if you're only eating chicken and vegetables, yeah, it is only miserable, but you have to like learn to mix it up. Like now, granted, the first couple months that I did this, I stuck to a strict thing, just eating salads and grilled chicken and fish. That's all I did.
Here's the thing I want to say to everybody real quick who's listening to this. Like, don't think I was just a fat ass eating burgers and Doritos sitting on a couch. Like, my lifestyle that I've created for myself forces me into physical activity. Like, there's no escaping it for the way I live my life, to where, yes, I consume a lot of calories and I'm a big guy, but I'm what they call country strong. Like, I can still do everything actively because I do it on a daily basis. I cut firewood.
MOON spells moon.
But you know what I mean? Like, I'm physically active. I take my dogs walking all the goddamn time. And it's just, now I've never had diet as a focal point, to where now that diet is a focal point, it really, really fucks with me. So please don't take any health advice from me whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Although we all do know that eating chicken and steamed vegetables is a healthier lifestyle. I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean to derail you.
No, you're not derailing me at all. What I'm going to say is, like, it sucked those first couple months, dude. Like, I would say the first year I hated it. And it wasn't until, I'll say this, last summer is where everything kicked into gear for me. It was the beginning summer of 2021, right at the beginning of June is when everything changed. Dispensaries started opening up around here. I started getting access to like high sativa concentrates, and it started jacking my heart rate up. Like I realized that when I introduced concentrates into my life instead of flour, I was getting everything. I was getting the pure potency of it all. And sativas pack a punch. They call sativa. This is how stoners differentiate sativa and indica. Sativa up all night. Sativa is what energizes you. It's perfect for work and for workouts. Indica, in the couch, because it puts you in the couch. It relaxes the fuck out of you. So I learned that as I was getting healthier and weight was starting to shed out, you were making comments, Mom and Dad were telling me I was losing weight, and I was noticing it in my clothing. My shirts were becoming bags on me. And I started fucking with the sativa shit, and it started energizing me to where, like, I needed to expel this energy. And at the same time, you'd given me the DDP yoga DVD, and I started fucking with that. I started following the DVD program.
Which is fantastic, by the way, for everybody.
I went out. Yeah, it is. It's amazing. I bought a yoga mat. I walked out with the yoga mat on accident, and I started doing DDP yoga. And when I started hitting this, like, I'll credit it. Cloud Cover Concentrate, Cloud Cover Extracts, a Michigan-based and Oregon-based cannabis company, supplies a strain of concentrate called Lemon Ozium Batter, and it is one of the strongest sativas. And I credit it for everything last year. It motivated me to want to not only walk up and down this hill multiple times, but after a month of doing that, it made me want to challenge myself and see how far I could walk. And I started walking miles around the town I live in. I started going to my regular routine for months for I would say from June 4th to October or September. Yeah, I'd say somewhere in the middle of October, I was running on the track up at work. Like, I was just going up to the local track and just running like crazy. Like, that was my thing. And it was because I was getting fucked up on that and just getting motivated. Like, it put this energy into my life. And I'm not saying it happened overnight. And I know you're not going to fuck with it the way I fucked with it. But
as you're talking, it's so funny how crazy it is. And I hope our viewers see this. to think about how we slipped out of the same vagina. And as far as we know, we come from the same fucking seed. And it's so amazing how different we are. Like, and I'll give you guys a prime example. Like, last night when you got done with work, Doug, what was your primary goal and ambition as soon as you got done with work?
Get baked out of my skull and watch TV.
My primary goal and ambition when I got done with work was to walk my dogs for a minimum of a mile, not because I wanted to, because I know that's what they need, and golden retrievers, especially at a year, that's what they need. And then I had to spend 2 hours in a fucking snowdrift. It wasn't a snowstorm. The snowstorm happened yesterday. The snowdrift happened last night. It was a snowdrift where after the snow came down when it was below 10 degrees, which means it's really small. It accumulates fast and hard. And I had to plow my property out, which I plow my property out with a four-wheeler, a little 450cc engine four-wheeler. And it takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to do while there's a snowdrift. And that was my priority, and that's what I wanted to do in my passion. And I know what you're thinking, like, oh, you sit on a four-wheeler, it's not that big a deal. When it's below 10 degrees, being out there itself is a workout. And then when you're got a small four-wheeler and you're pushing around thousands of pounds of snow, you have to manually operate the four-wheeler, and it's a physical activity. On top of that, I had to shovel the whole area out back to get to my gas lines, because for some reason, if I ever had a gas leak and I had to call the gas company out, they got to get out to the tank in an emergency situation. So I've got to make sure that's my focus. That's my priority. That's where my head's at. Like when I'm done with work, it's just amazing how we're two totally different people. Well, Kim says, dude, I need to lose like 60 pounds. I'm miserable. And Kim, if you're in that position to where you feel weight is the factor, I always recommend it. But with me, and like this is where I say I'm built differently. And Doug knows this. I'm for my height, for my age, I'm probably 70 pounds overweight. 70 pounds overweight by what doctors and modern science say. No, you're not. Not enough. Not where you're at now.
At my age,
what are you sitting at? 240?
I'm about 240, 242. And at my age and my height, I should be close to more like 210, 215. That's realistically
I keep forgetting you're not as tall as you used to be when you were younger. You
also have to take into consideration, since we started doing this show, I'm 5'9". I haven't shrunk. I stopped growing at 5'9". That's where I'm at.
Oh God, there was a time you were taller. You were like 5'10", 5'11" at one point. You got a big ass shoe, bro. I'm 5'9". I'm 5'9" standing 13. Right now.
I wear 12 and a half, 13. It depends on the brand and who makes it. But like I can tell you I've put on a solid. Let me put it this way. At Christmas time, I weighed myself at mom and dad's house, and I weighed 220 pounds. It was the lowest I've ever been since high school. Okay.
But again, in high school, you were taller to where it kind of filled you out a little bit better.
Regardless, I've put on almost 40 pounds, or no, 20 pounds. I'm sorry. I put on 20 pounds from December to February, and it shows. I can tell you how it shows. I feel it in here in the belly, and I feel it because my back is starting to get really sore the way it was when I started getting heavy the first time around, and I know exactly what it is. And it's not something. It's something I'm going to curb. It's what I've been doing all night. I've been sipping water, but it's the fucking empty calories of fucking beer. It's not just beer, obviously. I've been eating pizzas and shit like that too. But what I would say is this: for me, I realized something in the spring and the summer, living here where we live in a four-season kind of state. Excuse me. In the spring and summer, I love being outside. I love watching the world wake up. I love watching the sunrise. I love hearing birds chirp and wake up. I love walking and I love running. I don't think I'm going to be doing much running. My legs starting to really fucking go on me from my knee down to my ass bone. But I love walking, and I will never stop walking until my knees give out completely. But regardless, spring, summer, I love being healthy. And you and I've talked about this since the fall and the winter have taken over. I felt this seasonal depression that everybody talks about, to where I stopped eating healthy. In the summer and spring, when I'm exercising, all I eat is fucking eggs, avocados. That's it. I don't introduce bread into my diet at all.
We talked about that today at Mom and Dad's, by the way.
Oh, yeah, what'd you talk about?
I was like, Doug eats an avocado like an apple. Real quick, I just want to get back to Kim's comment real quick, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to
for
hit
it.
it while I'm thinking about
Okay,
it.
we're good. We're good.
So Kim, what I was saying is, if you feel, Kim, if you feel like you need to lose the weight, I highly recommend it. If you're there mentally and that's what you need to do to be happy, always do what's going to make you happy. And I'm sorry that I seem like I'm rushing this, Kim, but there's a reason I'm rushing this, because I get to play another graphic. Random guest has arrived.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on?
Tony, I know you haven't been here in 2 episodes, but I hope you noticed we've gotten a little high tech, and our production value's going up.
I see the background. That's pretty sweet.
Which one, mine or his?
No, the new background of the show, the wood paneling.
Oh,
make it feel homely.
Yeah, it feels like we're on the set of some fucking Tim the Toolman Taylor Tool Time show.
Right. That's awesome.
Welcome to this hold home.
All right, and hold on 1 second.
Another random guest popping in?
No. I want to show somebody, like when we were talking about carbs and that, like knowing your body is hugely important when it comes to health and knowing how your body functions. And for me personally, my body doesn't absorb carbs quickly. Carbs are my killer, and I've known this through over years. So I would like to share with everybody who's watching this stream, because I know a lot of people know I was in the military and everybody likes seeing the military photos. Tony, I got to imagine your military photos, the only difference is the hair length. I've got to imagine because
Tony
as a Marine,
has long hair, dude.
Tony looks like a Marine with long hair. And if you look at Tony's hair and you're like, Tony's hair's not long, he's a long-haired hippie in the Marine Corps.
I think
he's a long-haired hippie.
Right.
But real quick, here was Paul in the Navy, and there's a story to this picture.
Oh boy.
This is 1 week after my 5-year older brother saw a picture of me on Facebook back when I had Facebook, and he said, Paul, your hair's really starting to thin. Like, you're trying to make it look long, but you're starting to bald.
Oh, dude.
So there's Paul.
Yep.
Back when he was 180 pounds, after his brother told him your hairline's starting to thin, I cut all my Trump comb over off.
Can I tell you?
Looking. And when I say Trump comb over, it was a little bit shorter than what Tony had right now.
Can I tell you that photo? Looking at you in that photo, number one, you've got a fucking forehead. You've got so much empty real estate in that fucking forehead. Number two, you look like you're getting ready to film a scene in a gay pornography. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's exactly what you look like. You look like you're getting ready to get a guy's prick in your mouth, man.
That picture is approximately, I think, 2 or 3 weeks before my wedding. So you are completely incorrect, Doug. I had already filmed my 3rd scene in a gay porno.
Got you. I like Tony's backdrop. I like the tie-dye.
I like what's going on there, man. That reminds me of the Presbyterian church we went to in Kingsford as a kid when we would do the tie-dye shirts in the youth group.
Yeah, this is actually at Mary's house.
Oh, is she closer to me and him, or is she closer to you where you are? Okay.
Yeah. Is he smart like me, or is he like you? Who's Mary? I don't know who Mary is. And if you don't want to say, don't say.
No, Mary's my girlfriend.
Oh, right on.
Mary's awesome as fuck. Mary needs to get me a pod for my thing.
Yeah. So
tell Mary, say
Mary used to grow. She's a grower, and she's got a lot of experience. Actually, she's won a cannabis cup for it.
Mary's I've only had the pleasure of hanging out with Mary a few times, but Mary is genuinely one of the. She's a perfect person for you, dude. I love Mary. I do. I love Mary quite a bit, man.
Well, it's funny because
I don't know Mary, but I too am a grower and not a shower.
We go back to the music class days, man, like chorus class.
That's awesome, dude.
Music theory, because she was singing in the chorus, and then I was playing in jazz band, and then we had music theory class together.
And I'll say this because I know Tony doesn't care, and he knows that I mean it with love, but she's fucking hot, dude. I said that to her. I said it to her out loud when she came over to my apartment with Tony to hang out one night, and I just kept saying, I kept looking at him like, "Nicely done, bro," and I kept giving him fist bumps. Like,
I feel like I'm out of this conversation for the next minute and a half because Doug asked the only question I cared about.
Dude,
that's hilarious.
Dude, Yeah, she's beautiful,
what-
beautiful girl.
One thing I do want to say real quick without giving too much away, Tony, thank you. I saw the message. I saw what you did.
Yeah, man, for
for me and Doug. And I'm not gonna lie, that brought me to tears, man. And you did a fantastic job, and you gave me faith. You gave me faith, bro. And I mean that from the heartfelt.
I was legitimately inspired by our conversation because it reminded me of a lot of important things that, you know, like kind of run around in my head, but sometimes you don't have the right space to say it. And made me realize like it's important to be able to say those things and to be able to show what's really going on instead of let people who are trying to control the narrative like create some kind of bogus narrative. That's madness.
You restored my faith in an institution I had lost a lot of faith in, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I also want you to know, because of doing this, I have been paying a lot of attention to a lot of analytics and things that go on with our stuff.
Here we go.
Where I noticed
you're about to become selfless as fuck. You
I
motherfucker.
noticed.
I
noticed your analytics are better than anybody else's. That's all I'm going to say.
It's true. Every time you've been on any episode of any podcast we've ever been a part of, I've ever been a part of, the views tend to go up, man. Tony's got a following. I'm not saying that to like. I know exactly.
I'm not talking about our shit. I'm not talking about our shit. I hope Tony knows. I'm talking about Tony's stuff. To where I hope Tony noticed that the analytics are definitely in your favor.
People love you, dude.
On that thing.
The thing that's crazy that I realized because of the pandemic is like the social media platforms, they're gonna boost and make viral whatever they want. And the thing is, you have to have an actual connection with people who are vibing with whatever you're creating.
Absolutely.
So like messaging people via email, via text, like actually having genuine relationships with people is what it's about. All that other stuff is just, it's kind of like jerking off. Like you're kind of fluffing your own ego. And the thing is, you're playing by the rules that are changing constantly. Like Facebook will constantly change the rules on what's acceptable and what's not. And why would you try to like keep up with that on social media? Like I've always just kept it to my websites and kept it to real relationships with people.
What's your website? For God's sakes, put your website in. Can you put it in the comments? Can you put it in the comments if it's not that hard? I don't know how mobile.
Yeah,
works.
man. I think I can put it in the chat here.
I will definitely. I will put it in the description and I will put it on screen.
Make it your name next time. That's what I'm going to start doing. Make a website is my name.
And I want to make sure this is crystal clear. Me and Tony are not friends. Like we don't have each other's number. But Tony, you have a standing invitation on Sibling Revelry whenever you want to come on. And this is your first appearance on Sibling Revelry.
That's true. That's true. You guys changed the name now, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Change the name. Change the look. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I like the kind of down home vibes with the wood paneling and.
Oh God.
It makes it's quaint. It's quaint.
It is quaint. It is. I'm not gonna lie. It's quaint. That's the word for it. It's
Red
good.
State Doug. That's my name, man.
Red State.
That
Doug. Movie was wild, dude.
Such a great movie. I love that movie.
And we're still in movies and TV, so this makes sense.
It kind of bothered. Well, there's something else I want to talk about with Tony too, but it did because based on what he was just saying. But in terms of Red State, it was something that bothered me. Is I don't know if you've noticed on YouTube. I don't know how much either of you watch YouTube.
Real quick, I have to do some stuff to talk. Is this a secure website or no? HTTPS or HTTP?
YouTube.
I've got to get shit out.
Tony's website. Tony. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be safe?
It can be.
I think my internet's dying.
Way. You can go free ball it, or you can go HTTPS.
Okay.
You think
I'll
your
go
internet's
to it right
dying?
now, and then I'll get the actual one. So I know.
You think your internet's dying, Paul?
No, we're good now.
Okay.
We're good now. Everybody was skipping out on me, so if this part glitches in the stream, I'm sorry, everybody. That's my fault. Blame Elon Musk.
Don't you dare believe it.
He's our Lord and Savior. Holy shit! This is a real website, Tony.
Sometimes I hit the mark.
And you are secure. Tony's website is secure, everyone.
Yay.
What Tony was talking about, well, we can dovetail out of this. what Tony was talking about, how you need, audience need to trust you. That's the thing that most mainstream media or whatever you want to call it, media, has lost, is there's not really an audience. And I think it's more evident now is what you just said with going on. And I don't hate to keep bringing them up, but like Joe Rogan, like it just seems like they're trying at every fucking angle to take the dude down. But the reality is the dude has the listener base he has for a fucking reason.
Yeah.
Because more people are like him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's genuine. He's not putting on a front. He's not following some narrative. He's not just reading a script that's given to him. He's
acknowledging it. Yeah. He's acknowledging.
Is there anything else you want to promote, or just the website, Tony?
Yeah, just the website.
Promote his Bandcamp. At shamanicape.bandcamp.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul, well, that was going to dovetail into what Paul wanted to talk about in the last segment that we saved till the end of this segment was JRE. And that was my example, but Paul had something he wanted to talk about when it came to JRE. So that's why I brought it up. So Paul, get your shit together.
Let's talk about the eternal war on Joe Rogan from the mainstream media. Oh my God. Joe Rogan is the biggest racist ever. Oh my God, Joe Rogan.
I just watched the South Park episode where they did that at the Apple Store.
He's so much misinformation. He misinformation me, and I'm totally heterosexual. And my name is Brian Stelter, and I work for CNN, who doesn't hire any pedophiles whatsoever. But Joe Rogan, he's such a racist. All right, so the latest, we haven't covered Joe Rogan every week. I consider that a personal failure.
I feel like we talk about him a lot.
Yeah, the last we left off, he was on the onslaught for not the N-word. We didn't cover the N-word thing at all. Which is fine.
That was a bad, hit job, obviously. Like the guy's a comedian. Those are taken from a different era, and it's still not acceptable, and he apologized for it. And I think
sincerely apologized.
Yeah, and I think in that time when it's so complicated, it's such a bomb, because as a comedian, they do different things with language than civilians, Yeah. And they're supposed to tread in dangerous waters. That's part of their job.
That is the job of a comedian, is to push the fucking boundaries. Let you know where the line is.
I think it's a great thing that he apologized, because I think it's socially relevant to apologize for it.
Agreed.
No, that isn't socially acceptable. And it's important right now, today, to acknowledge that. I think that's a great thing to do. Say, you're right. I shouldn't have said that.
And I believe I said on the show, I think it was 2 weeks ago is when I said it. I was like, because I, as a conservative and a person who voted for Donald J. Trump, I have to conflict with my personal beliefs and my political beliefs all the time. I have that mental struggle that I go through. And I believe the way I put it was, I'm going to sit back and I'm not going to give my opinion. I'm going to wait until because first we had the rumbling of the news, and then we didn't get Joe Rogan's response. I said, I'm going to wait for Joe Rogan's response, and I'm going to give my honest opinion afterwards.
I didn't think he would. I'm surprised he did. Oh shit!
But what he did was a mastercraft of how to do it. He literally did a mastercraft on how to do it. It was a different time. I never used it in a derogatory way to a person of color. When it got brought up, I said the word instead of saying the N-word, which is just like Louis C.K.'s bit. Louis C.K.'s bit was, I hate watching my local news network because they always, whenever they bring up a racial issue, they always say, well, a person said the N-word to another person. Because now as a viewer, I have to, in my head, say the N-word. And then I'm like, oh God, am I the racist? Because I just said the N-word in my head.
It's funny that nobody ever talks about Louis C.K. It was a different time because he was writing on, oh my God, was it the Chris Rock show or the Bernie Mac show or, one of the Kings, I can't think of whose name now, Cedric the Entertainer show. That's what it was. He was a writer, and he tells a story with Chris Rock, Jerry Seinfeld. I'm not fucked up. He tells
No. We're monetized on all platforms. I'm just really surprised.
Mazel tov, my friend. On HBO, there's a thing about comedy. I can't think of the name of it. Don't quote me. Look it up on Google. but there's Ricky Gervais, Jerry Seinfeld, Louis C.K., and Chris Rock talking about comedy for like an hour.
Tony, you're promoted on all platforms.
And Louis C.K. tells a story about using that word, about being a writer on the Cedric the Entertainer show, and how Cedric the Entertainer specifically hired half of his writing staff black, half of it white, and I believe half was Asian and half was Hispanic, because he wanted the different perspectives. And he tells the story about this white dude and his fan going home at Christmas break, one of the writers, and his relative using the N-word. And he actually says the word over and over, and it's in context of what the story is. And I'm not going to tell it. I'm going to say seek it out on YouTube or HBO, but it's just a brilliant bit. They're brilliant periods of time where it wasn't so much as it was edgy to push the boundaries by talking like that. It was edgy to make you fucking think about context, about meaning, about being able to read people and what they meant behind what they're saying, and not being complete dickheads and believing every fucking thing that's fed to you.
Sure. And that's the problem that's happening right now, is inflating these things out of context and not having the deep conversation about what's really going on, you know, socially, and the changes that are necessary. Rather, they're just using these opportunities to attack people and get people all riled up, because it's a quick, low-hanging fruit, easy way to get eyeballs, you know?
It is. And I think there's something to realize.
You know, the Neil Young thing was associated to that. I felt the same way about, like, you know, okay, this guy's using the pandemic to get some attention when he hasn't gotten attention from his work in decades. Like, do some work, bro.
Can we talk about this real quick?
Talk about Blackwater.
Can we talk about this? Because, you know, the big story is Neil Young's music is back on Spotify, which is
not all of it.
Not true. Can I tell you why not all of it is? Neil Young, in a cash grab about 4 years ago, sold half of his music rights to the company BlackRock, who is currently buying up all the property in urban centers so they can own all the land. So eventually you can live in a pod and eat bugs and be happy.
Right.
Like the children of Zimbabwe.
So when this all went down, BlackRock was like, all right, well, we'll back Neil Young, and we'll pull our rights to his music off Spotify with him. And then we'll go to whatever platform he's going to. And then when they found out it wasn't financially viable, they're like, yeah, we're going to go back to Spotify and take that 0.003 cents a play.
Right.
Because we were making way more money over there.
Right.
But the news that came out yesterday, which is the big news, which is the whole reason I went off on this, my memory weight loss thing. Joe Rogan's Spotify contract got released.
There you go.
And what the big thing was, everybody has speculated for the last year and 3 months and change, is that his contract was for Spotify pretty rock solid on creative control for $100 million for 3 years, which I think we can all agree that making $100 million in 3 years is a cake gig, even if you got to suck a few D's on your way up the ladder.
Sure.
Well, the contract got
released for a lot less, man.
The contract got released in its entirety yesterday, and I immediately started reading it. And holy cow, I know nobody's a law nerd like I am. Like, I went to college for criminal law.
Why aren't you?
But I didn't graduate because I'm an idiot who didn't graduate. I got 3 years
too
in.
Late. I would say get off your diet, get really fucking fat, and become a fat fucking lawyer who's like a celebrity attorney.
My boss in a team meeting this week, after we have Zoom meetings, he's like, hey, everybody needs to leave, but I need to talk to Paul one-on-one. And I can't believe I'm putting this out on the air, but fuck it, I'm drunk enough.
Oh my
And he's
God.
like, and I'm thinking to myself, oh God, I'm going to get fucked over. I'm in trouble.
Oh, we're supposed to be getting a house this summer, man. Stop. Don't fuck everything up for me.
Oh, dude, I'll flip burgers at McDonald's. Trust me. I live a very comfortable life.
That's not going to pay for our home.
I live a comfortable life. We have enough money in savings.
In America, you don't.
Trust me, I pre-planned for everything. We got guns.
Okay, continue.
Anyway, he pulls me aside and he goes, hey, Paul, me and my wife were talking, and we want to ask you a question. Have you thought about going back to school and finishing your college degree? By the way, you need a college degree to do my job, which I don't have. I have an associate's, but I don't have a college. I don't have like a real degree.
Grandfathered in like the special needs kid at Walmart greeting people.
Amen, brother. You get blown up in war, they give you shit. Anyway,
go to Walmart. Have a good day.
Yeah, that's my advice to the kids of America.
Oh.
Join the military, get blown up in war. Wait for a real war, though. Anyway, anyway, and I'm joking. Please don't fucking do that. Like, for God's sakes.
Definitely don't
Go to college. Go to college for your mental health. Go to college.
Realize your dick is.
I've done both. I went to college and I joined the military. College, way more fun. I didn't graduate, and I had to join the military to pay for college. But that's besides the point.
Realize that your dick is the way God made it, and your personality can carry you a long way.
Yeah, but sometimes your dick goes its own path, and sometimes you just got to let that happen. You just do, and you got to follow, and you got to see where your dick takes you.
You totally missed the point of what I just said, but go for it.
I totally did. Anyway, so my boss pulls me aside in a separate meeting, and he goes, "Me and my wife were talking because his wife's working from home, and she sits in on all the team meetings and shit. And she goes, you should go back to school and become a lawyer." And I go, do you realize I went to college for that already? Like, I'm this close to finishing, but
dude,
like,
you could get Stephen Avery out, man.
I would get Stephen Avery out.
You could get Stephen Avery out. I think you could get Stephen Avery out. I think
so. I'm not sure. I tried 3 times before this, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway,
come on, looking like a fat ZZ Top.
So I went through and I read the whole Joe Rogan.
Yeah, the Joe Rogan thing.
I read the whole Joe Rogan. Anyway, the point is, I know how to read a contract. I read the Joe Rogan contract, and it sparked a lot of revelations. So he's making $200 million for 3 years, which for those who are paying attention at home, that's double. He has 100% creative control. Spotify gets no say in what he posts or publishes on their platform. Spotify literally paid $200 million for the right to host Joe Rogan on their platform. So everything we are seeing,
dollars.
Yeah, everything we are seeing is all Joe Rogan's choice.
So
the episodes being removed, all the bad stuff and the good stuff is all his choice. And you know what? I respect his choice. He's making the choice. It's his decision.
I respect that as well. But I will say this. I respect that as well. But I will say this. Paul knows. I don't think Tony even knows. There's a podcast I love called Legion of Skanks. It's my favorite fucking. It's what I look Monday's night is what I look forward to getting to watch that show live. It's
the only thing I care about is the vice president of the Legion of Skanks and the person who might run for the real president of the United States.
And Dave Smith. But I love Legion of Skanks to the point where like I joined the digital platform Gas Digital so I could watch the show uncensored live. And over the course of the last year, there's been a number of episodes that have just turned up missing. They just disappeared from the archive. And I'm the kind of person where when I get home from work, sometimes I don't want to watch. There's nothing on that I want to watch, and I just want to get baked and watch an old episode of a show that made me laugh my tits off for 2 hours. You know, and one of these particular episodes, episode 381 of Legion of Skanks, called "Beat 'Em Downs" with Shane Gillis, is no longer on the Gas Digital Network. And for the last couple months, I've been on Reddit, I've been on Gas Digital forums, I've been trying to find out what happened. Nobody will respond to me. People are starting to notice. Like, people will respond like, oh, yeah, you're right. It is missing. And so are a few other episodes. And then I get people on Reddit who are calling me a piece of shit for even demanding that it be available, that I should be grateful for what I get, even though I pay for a subscription, where the guy who is a co-owner of the digital service on Legion of Skanks says every week live during the promos, go ahead and subscribe to Gas Digital, where you get unlimited, unfettered access to all uncensored episodes throughout our archives. You can't say that and charge people when you don't include all the episodes.
Right.
And I don't have a concrete answer to why this particular episode that I was looking, that started all of this for me. I don't even know how I got on this, but regardless, how this started up for Joe Rogan, how this started out for me. This particular episode went missing months ago, and it became my mission to find out what the fuck happened to it, to where I'm becoming a pain in the ass for a couple people, because I keep pestering the same forums and the same people, and nobody responds. And Paul and I watched Skankfest live. Skankfest is like this live comedy fest that Gas Digital puts on once a year, twice a year in different locations. And a few months ago, they did it from Texas, and they had it was like an entire weekend of different comedians, different podcasts, and 6 shows were live streamed. And Paul and I, or not Paul, Paul watched it through Discord or YouTube. I paid for some of the live streams, and one of them I paid for was the
YouTube
roast of
is what I
Louis
watched
J.
it.
YouTube. One of them I paid for was the roast of Louis J. Gomez, which Louis is one of the co-owners of Gas Digital and one of the co-hosts of Legion of Skanks. He's the founder of Legion of Skanks, I would say, with Big J and Dave Smith. And on the roast, Shane Gillis does a roast set to Louis where he talks about not being real ass. Like, you're the kind of guy who would apologize to a family of a Down syndrome kid to the point where you would remove an episode, something to the effect of where you would apologize for making jokes in your podcast to a kid, to parents of a kid with Down syndrome. That particular episode is about a kid with Down syndrome who's a fucking boxer. And it's about 40 minutes of them making jokes. And yeah, you can look at it and say, I completely understand it from the perspective of the parents being hurt and offended. But at the same time, this is where being me kind of comes into a conflicted point of view, because I am sympathetic to people who have feelings. I'm not a monster. But at the same time, like, you have to be able to laugh at yourselves. And it's nobody's, I don't know what I'm saying now. We're live and I'm getting claustrophobic, but that's one of the episodes that's fucking missing from Gas Digital, and nobody gave me an answer. And I got on that fucking tangent. I'm sorry, guys, because of Joe Rogan. And Tony disappeared because I started boring everybody and I got fucked up. So I'm just going to shut my mouth and let Paul take over.
Well, that was all. That was all I had for the entertainment news. Was with Joe Rogan. The last thing you hit on. Was there anything else you had for entertainment?
Nope.
Well, the good news about that, we get into our
that's
recommendations.
That's way cooler than the one you sent me.
Well, I sent you the low quality one to make sure you approved of it before I spent the money on making the high quality one.
That's really cool. I like that.
You get creative control, brother. We're 50-50 on this venture.
I'm not bitching. I'm saying I liked it. I really enjoyed it. It wasn't the one I saw, but I like that one better. The one that you just did, I liked a lot better. That was cool as hell.
So recommendations of the week are going to be any TV show, movie, entertainment. It could be anything. It could be a podcast, a music video, a TV show, a movie, anything whatsoever. And this week, Doug and I are offering up 2 different movies to watch as recommendations. And Doug, do you remember what yours is, or do you need me to remind you?
I know what mine is, but I'm curious to see what yours is.
Okay. Mine is relevant to what's going on the week. Mine's nothing special.
Dude,
I guarantee everybody's already seen it.
I take notes, man. I'm old school, baby.
Well, do you want to cover yours first, or do you want me to go first? Okay. My recommendation for the week, with everything that's going on in the world, what we're seeing in Canada especially, but it's crossing over not only in every single province in Canada, we're now seeing it spill over into Europe. We're now seeing it spill over into Australia. I recommend V for Vendetta. And I recommend V for Vendetta because I think it's so pertinent to what's happening in the world right now, where a government is trying to seize power based off a pandemic. And the link to the movie trailer for V for Vendetta is in the description. However, I do want to take a quick second to watch a video Doug gave to me. And again, it's from Mr. Sunday Baby. His link's in the description. Please check out his channel, like and subscribe. But here's a quick clip of what I want to play that's pertinent to my recommendation this week.
Fear became the ultimate tool of this government.
I want everyone to remember why they need us.
I wish I wasn't afraid all the time.
People should not be afraid of their government. The government should be afraid of their people. This is exactly what he wants. Chaos.
Now, real quick, the ending of that, it's not C for Canada, it's C for Charter of Rights. And the Charter of Rights is Canada's version of the Constitution. And I've heard a lot of people online right now, because Americans are getting involved in the discussion, obviously, especially with everything.
That video made me so happy, by the way. I'm sorry.
It really does. It made me happy, and I'm glad you sent it to me. Thank you very, very much for sending that to me. But for the Americans who watch this, I've heard a lot of people who are getting involved in the Canadian conversation and bringing up the Constitution, and they're saying the Charter of Human Rights is just like the American Constitution. It's just a piece of paper that means nothing. I'm going to go on a little diatribe right now, so just sit back for you two and, you know, eat your snacks, Tony. Doug, puff your fucking vape.
I already ate an entire... I already ate the Red Dragon roll. I've eaten so much sushi tonight. I'm good.
For anybody who thinks the Constitution is just a piece of paper, I have one simple thing to say to you, and that's fuck you. It's not just a piece of paper. It's a fucking shield. It's a shield that protects every single person under its umbrella. And if you support what's going on by the Canadian government right now, again, fuck you. Back to the Constitution. Shield. It's made of paper. And everybody says, what's a shield made of paper worth? Nothing. But let me tell you right now, that shield is backed by a fucking sword that many men have fucking died for and laid upon for the name of fucking that piece of paper. And the sword is forged in steel. So before you get too far, any government of the fucking world, if you have a constitution, a charter of rights, a fucking national anthem that anywhere in it says the words free, brave, strong, home of, I don't give a fuck. Remember, people in a free world who are born into a free world are going to make sure their kids are raised in a free world. So if you try to fuck with that, you're asking for fucking problems. I highly recommend lower the fucking temperature, have a discussion with somebody who disagrees with you, and try to meet in the middle and find some fucking common ground. Because if you don't, it's going to end well.
That's what's incredible about the system that we have, is the fact that every 4 years we have basically a transfer of power, but we're tricked by this ideology of, oh, it's either left or right, it can't be anything else. And it's in our minds, you know what I mean? It's not in reality, it's not in practice. There can be an independent that can become a president and become a leader to represent our country. It doesn't have
Theodore Roosevelt did that.
Yeah,
Teddy
it doesn't
Roosevelt
have to
did
be this left-right. And while people get caught up in this left-right, they start almost feeling helpless, like there's no other choice except left-right. And then they lose that power that we have. The fact that we can completely turn over our government. And actually, more than that, when you really look at local elections and congressional elections, like in between, there's a lot of power that we have if we're paying attention. But it's easy to say, oh, you know, life's hard. I got a full-time job and 2 kids, and I got the same thing, but I still pay attention. So I don't really understand the difference.
You know what's, and I agree with you, Tony.
I also
you know what scares me though?
And kids, and I still pay attention. So I don't know.
But you know what scares me? Here's what scares me, especially with Canada right now. And I'm gonna bring this around to where we all live. In Canada right now, their prime minister.
True, we all do live around each other. I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, the prime minister just invoked. The prime minister of Canada just invoked Emergency Act. And what I'm scared of is he's going to use that Emergency Act to say we need to suspend elections. We can't do an election with this national emergency going on, which ergo leaves him.
That would be a really
he could do it. In theory, he could do it under the Emergency Act. Yeah, because the Emergency Act allows for that.
Are we talking about just?
And this is Canada. So everybody's saying, Paul, you don't live in Canada. Well, first off, everybody on this stream that you're watching right now lives within 400 miles of Canada. But we live in a state called Michigan. And our governor hasn't been as fucking crazy as she has been lately, which I'll give her credit. She has not been. I always got to give credit. But our governor has not given up her emergency powers yet. And everybody seems to forget that. And this is an election year.
Yeah.
So I'm really worried what emergency powers for the executive branch in America means during an election year. Because if the executive branch with emergency powers can say, hey, it's too fucking dangerous. It's too fucking dangerous to have an election right now. So we're going to suspend elections. And right now, I'm just going to be the current leader. We'll let legislation run like normal. You know, we're still a democracy, but right now we just can't have an election. And right now, Michigan is still under a state of emergency. So that scares
I
me.
mean, until there's real proof that that's the plan, I wouldn't get alarmist about it. But yeah, that is terrifying to think that they could pull something like that. It would look crazy, though. You have to think like the public wouldn't take notice of that. Like, people are definitely going to be paying attention enough to at least see that doesn't make sense.
We need to talk offline, Tony.
at least I have that much faith.
Yeah, we need to talk offline, and I need to give you some inside baseball.
So your recommendation for this week is?
Oh, my recommendation for this week is V for Vendetta. I thought I said that already. And I thought I laid out a
great recommendation, man. Like, it's very topical. You're right. Like, there's a lot of parallels. It's terrifying to see, even governors and stuff of different states and mayors of big cities really enjoying the powers that they have. It's kind of nuts.
And I agree with you 100%. But with my recommendation, if you are of the opposite opinion of me, and that's okay. If you have the opposite opinion of me and you support it, that's okay. I don't respect it. I hope you don't take offense to that, and you shouldn't take offense to that. I still love you as a human being. But if you take my recommendation seriously and you actually watch the movie, I want you to get to the point where the detective and V meet in the memorial for the lost children in the movie, and V to lay out his reasonings. And if you watch that and you still hold your opinion, I don't know how well me and you could ever be friends. I don't know if we could ever get along.
That movie is wild, especially
that's my recommendation.
About what we're going through right now.
Agreed. I absolutely agree. It's so pertinent to the conversation for a film that was made, 20 years ago, 15 years ago?
For sure.
I saw that in the theater. I was working at the movie theater as a projectionist again, and I saw that. I previewed that movie. That movie makes me cry when she's reading the letter in the jail cell, and then it comes out that the letter was it was a real letter. It was a real person, but the whole scenario was fake to be like, you don't fear anymore. Like, you're truly free. Like, I love it. I fucking love that movie. If
you go back to one of our episodes, I believe it's like episode 2 or 3. No, we got copyright struck, and we were only on YouTube at the time.
What,
so
Jurassic
you can't
Park?
watch that. No, it was the V for. I played a clip for V for Vendetta. We got Jurassic Park. Literally 10 minutes after we went off the air last week. For those who watched the episode, 10 minutes we got copyright struck by Universal. And for those who watched the episode,
that movie.
And you can still watch it on the YouTube version. I literally start laughing. Doug gets self-conscious. He goes, "Are you laughing at me?" I go, "No, I just saw what your recommendation is, and we're totally gonna get copyright struck."
Fucking everything now is a nostalgia heartstring pull. Let's make Ghostbusters Afterlife. Let's make it version like this, and let's make fucking Jurassic Park Evolution. We'll bring all the characters back from the first Jurassic Park that everybody loved. And I fucking hate this shit, man.
So Tony, you were out of the frame when we started this. This is the segment where me and Doug get to recommend any piece of entertainment. It could be a podcast, a movie, a TV show, anything.
An album.
It could be a music video. It could be a 3-minute music video. And really, I was struggling. I wanted to do Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On," but I decided on V for Vendetta.
God, I love
Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On" has been playing it nonstop. So before Doug gives his, do you have any recommendations for our audience this week in the field of entertainment that you would like them to consume?
Do you know what MOBA games are?
Multi-online. I'm a League of Legends guy back in the day. Yeah, Battle Arena.
Yeah. So there's one actually being developed in the UP. So there's
shut the front door.
Yeah, there's this company called Ambitious Games, and they made a MOBA called Revan. It's pretty badass.
Is it mobile or is it like Steam or?
It's on Steam. Yeah, it's PC. It's on Steam. I think right now it's not officially released. I'm not sure what the. I don't.
What's the name of it again?
Revan. REVN.
Point of privilege.
If I can find it, I'll definitely put it on. I'll put it in the description.
It's a really cool MOBA. The theme is like cyberpunk, post-apocalyptic. Go ahead, Doug.
Go ahead,
I'm
Doug.
sorry.
Point of privilege. He called point of privilege, Tony. You need to shut up for a person of color. Go ahead, Doug.
That includes you too, dickhead, even though you're wearing a cool-ass shirt and drinking a gay-ass beer.
We came out of the same vagina, so whatever color you have, I do too.
What? Anyway,
continue.
I've never like first that game sounds amazing the way he described it. It sounds like it's right up my fucking alley.
Have
B,
you never played a MOBA?
I've never. This is does Far Cry or oh god, what's the one New Vegas Fallout? Do those games count?
No, those are sandbox games.
Okay.
League of Legends. I am not a good League of Legends player whatsoever, but my previous roommate was actually like world ranked League of Legends.
DC Universe Online on PlayStation, does that count? Or is it not a multi-online player game?
Multi-online battle arena. And
Okay.
I thank Tony for reminding me what that stood for.
Regardless, I've that sounds awesome. B, I've never used Steam. Is Steam like? I know it's can you stream
PlayStation Network, PlayStation Store for computers.
So what I'm asking is there an app that you download to the PC or is it a website?
It's called Steam.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go to the site, you'll download the app, and it'll help you get packages. It'll do that.
Put it in the description, Paul. I want to download it. I'm going to learn how to download it.
I can't guarantee you I can find it. I'm a little drunk right now. So
Trailer.
If I don't get it in there. Right now, the bottom of the description is Tony's website. If I do find it, it'll be below Tony's site. And I'm running on 3 streams right now on Elon Musk Starlink. So give me a break, guys. I'm seeing Tony's live stream jump. And I'm hoping that's just me, not everybody is.
No, it's a live stream, but we could hear it and you can see it fine, and it sounds okay.
Yeah, I can hear him fine. Crystal clear.
Stop back like a bitch, man.
Well, bro, Starlink's not proven yet.
Aggression.
I know it was for.
This is brothers things, Tony. You stay the fuck out of it.
It was. Oh, I said Mary's head come into the frame.
Oh, it's hilarious.
So I want to. I do want to check that game out quite a bit. Actually, it sounds really cool.
Yeah, dude, we should play a MOBA together, Doug.
Okay.
I don't know. I know how to play MOBAs.
I told you she's hot.
Whoa, that's this girl. She can't hear me right now because she's fucking smoke show.
Oh my god! Now it's gonna get weird.
His internet's skipping. She didn't hear me.
My brother is like a big Tinder whore. Like every other.
Speaking of which, I got a Tinder like 20 minutes ago. I haven't
3 years it's been since I've had sex or
This is a streak I'm loving. I'm loving it.
I hate you so much.
Mary, her name's Mary, right? I'm not wrong on that. Mary, welcome to Sibling Revelry. Just like Tony, you have an open invitation anytime you want to come.
Thank you.
But bear in mind, it's only because of Tony. So if you break up with him, you're fucking out.
The He-Man Women's Club hater is in full effect.
That's hilarious.
All right, so my recommendation, I had 2, and I didn't know what we were doing. I didn't know if we were going to.
I missed a comment from Kim. She said, "Amen, Paul."
Amen.
I don't know what I said, Kim, to get the amen, but I'll take it.
Oh god damn it. I didn't know what we were doing for a recommendation. I don't know if we were going to split it up between games, music, movies, or anything like that. And I realized you don't play games, you don't like music. But this week I've discovered
I do play games. I'm just the one I'm the only one of us who's played a MOBA.
Okay.
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, she's also.
I'm talking about those I share DNA with. Which, by the way, Mary, if you ever want to share DNA, let me know.
Oh god. Dude, why? We were supposed to start fresh with this show.
It was a joke. And thankfully, Tony and her both took it as a joke. No, but seriously.
He said we were supposed to start fresh with this show.
We were supposed to start fresh, man. We had an injunction from the courts.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm the prime minister of this channel, so I invoked my emergency powers.
Where do you bartend at? I mean, you don't have to say on here if you don't want, but after.
Wait, hold on. Is she from around us or around Tony?
She's from where we live, dude. Where we grew up.
I'm kidding.
You
don't have to say where you work.
Does it involve
nice to meet you.
Does it involve a pig with a blindfold?
No, it's not Blind Pig. I'm at Pine Mountain and TNT.
Oh, that's cool.
Right on.
Had you said off the Wallies, I would have said this to you.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you some of the best memories I have are me and my mom watching Party of 5 on Fox in the early 90s, and we would order from either Ramanolis or TNT, and we would watch Party of 5. There's a little inside baseball for everybody playing.
There's a little inside baseball. It's a miracle he's not gay.
The point is, TNT has been open forever. They have somehow been a successful business in this region for a long, long time.
So is CNR. and El Capitan, they're still open too. They've been open forever too.
CNR's not CNR anymore. I don't think.
No, it is. Timmy still owns it.
Is it? It's different owners though, right? It's different owners.
Nope. Tim still owns it.
I'm just glad Pizza Oven's still a thing.
Pizza
I wish Dog Hog was still open, but that'll never be the way it is. But Pizza Oven, thank fucking
Hot Dog Heaven, rest in peace.
Do you remember getting off the bus stop, Tony, and having fucking Dog Hog after school? $5, you get 2 Chicago-style dogs and fries with celery salt covered.
5-cent Laffy Taffy.
Oh, so good. I had an Airhead the other night, a watermelon Airhead, dude. Fuck, talk about sugar rush to the brain, bro. Anyway.
All right. Quit derailing. Get on with your fucking recommendation. Do you
I had
remember, or do
two.
you need me to remind you?
Oh, I've got them written. I'm professional.
There's only one. There's only one in the description.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm going to say this. If you're into gaming, Far Cry 6, I don't know what all the hate's been about that I've been reading. I enjoy it quite a bit. Anyway, my recommendation for this week that's in the description is part 1 of a 3-part series on Netflix that premiered this past Wednesday. Genius, Jeen-YUHS, a Kanye West documentary. The first part is like an hour and 45 minutes. It is fucking amazing. It's amazing to watch this. It's basically the beginning of his journey in Chicago. And what I love about the entire documentary series is he had the, like, you could call him crazy or whatever. I think he's a fucking genius. I think he's a savant, if I'm being honest. I think every so often somebody comes along in our lifetime, like an Einstein or even an Oppenheimer, who like just changes the game that goes down in history, where people talk about it decades later. And I think Kanye West is going to be one of those people when it comes to not just production and rapping, but like even fashion to an extent, religion to an extent. Like, he's a cultural fucking icon. And you can hate him, you can love him. I particularly both. I love and hate him. I think he's a little crazy. I understand that, why he's that crazy, but musically, I think he's maybe my favorite producer. I think he is a genius through and through. I think he's a true artist. And this documentary focuses specifically on his early upbringing in Chicago. And he had the foresight to hire a friend of his who was a stand-up comic named Cootie to start documenting. He from the time he was a teenager, he kept saying, like, I'm going to be the biggest thing. I'm going to be the most famous person. I'm going to be the best rapper of all time. People are going to know who I like. This dude believed his shit when he was a kid, and he had the foresight to say, hey buddy, stop what you're doing. If you're willing, I'll pay you. Document my life. And for 20 years, this dude documented Kanye from a teenager to now. So the entire documentary series is from like a timeline in chronological order in reality. It's fucking amazing, dude. You see him getting rejected by Damon Dash, and Damon Dash kind of like writing him off, and then realizing, oh shit, we got to give this guy an album deal, otherwise he's not going to make the beats that we want him to make. You see this guy had an instinct for using soul music and repurposing beats and making this shit that just you couldn't get anywhere else. Like the Blueprint 3, he reinvented music with that album.
Right.
And through the first part of the documentary, the second part comes out, I think, next Wednesday, the third part the following Wednesday. Throughout the documentary, the one thing that becomes very clear that Cootie documents is that Kanye's biggest fan in the world, aside from himself, is his mother. He was raised by a single woman who was an educated woman in all aspects of life, but was a professor, if I'm not mistaken, or had a doctorate.
Yeah.
And Donda West, and you see her in this footage, like, just like, you're going to be the best thing. Like, I know you, Kanye, you're going to do it. Like, she did not 1 minute did she deny him. And you could tell when people are bullshitting shit. Like, you could see this woman, like, she genuinely believed this kid is going to change the world at some, I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know what he's going to do, but he's going to make an impact on the globe as a culture. And you see that towards the end of this documentary, it dovetails on her death through plastic surgery. And I forget exactly what the plastic surgery was, but it was complications from it, and she passed away. And I think that's where it dovetails off. I think the next part is going to be when he gets in the accident and it dislocates his jaw, and he ends up recording through the wire while his whole jaw is wired.
Yeah, that's right.
But the ending of this ends with his mother passing away and how that affects him. And the more I started thinking about it, the more I started paying attention to like I think Jesus is King, the album, like, is one of the few albums that, like, I don't like as a whole, that he's put out. There's maybe the one song he did with Kenny G I thought was fantastic. But Donda, for whatever people want to say, and I'll have opinions on it, like the fact that he bleeps out curse words now is fucking ridiculous to me. But Donda as a whole is a beautiful album. The entire intro of the album I skip over because I don't like how it sounds, but I didn't realize it until much later through Shane Gillis, oddly enough, on one of his podcasts, talking about how the opening song
The Young Bull.
album, the Young Bull, if you smell what we're cooking, the opening track of Donda is a woman for like 2.5 minutes going Donda, Donda, and it's his mother's dying heartbeat. He had the I don't know if it was the presence of mind or he just wanted to have it, but he recorded his mother passing away, and he has her heartbeat, like the audio recording of it, and he hired a performer to record her heartbeat, like to do it in the keys of whatever. I don't know music the way you knew music, but
speaking, wait, real quick, it's business. Speaking of music, Tony, do I have permission to use Marvin the Martian and Tone Drew acoustic writing session in open D Maj for our exit song tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're good. Continue.
Which was awesome too. A lot of people love that. We've heard comments from various people who've watched the episode that love that impromptu performance. I fucking love that shit, man. I hope that happens again. I really do.
Tony did this way more professionally on like after talking to us. We were the bottom of the barrel for Tony that night.
Up in one session, we set up the cameras. Yeah.
It's
a lot of recording with Marv. I'm getting a lot of good stuff. We're both pushing each other. It's been nice. It's been really, really nice to be able to jam with Marv again. Like, it's been so many years, and
when do you jam with him?
Recorded anything or written anything with him, so for both of us, it's exciting.
When do you jam with him? Is it like do you have a regular setup during the week?
No, we've been like every 2 or 3 weeks, just because my schedule is insane. But like now I'm planning to finish some more things that we've started. Yeah, I have a weird approach. Like I'll often kind of start little things and then place them on the shelf and then go play with other little things and then place that on the shelf.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, when I see pieces are starting to get to where they're like almost across the finish line, then I'll kind of gather all the ones that are almost across the finish line and group them together in some logical way and then push them across. And that's kind of what I've been doing with the stuff that Marv and I have been jamming. Like we've literally just been setting up a mic in a figure 8 pattern, and we sit on either side of the mic and we'll just jam together for hours, and I'll record the whole session. And we'll just
Kyle Gass and Jack Black.
Yeah, we'll get these little pieces, and then I've started to gather them together in song ideas. So
that's fucking awesome. I genuinely did love that. I love listening to that performance, man. Even when Marv was just like, it's not gonna be perfect. Like I fucking loved Marvin, that whole thing. It was so great. Next,
he's phenomenal. He's so good. He's so talented. His father was a really good fingerstyle guitar player.
In the summer when I go to day shifts, I'll have nights free completely, and I do a lot of fun. I love the summertime. It's my favorite part of the entire year living up here is because I don't have to fucking work at nights. I want to come to one of those. I want to come to some of the sessions with you guys. I really want to hang out.
Yeah, and Paul, same thing, man. If you're ever in town,
fuck him. Fuck him.
I will be there. Tony. The one thing I want to say is once you're in my circle, this is my circle. This is you. Once you're here, my loyalty is never ending. You don't want to be here. You want to be here. But you have shown me a good kindness, and I will always pay it back, and I will support you whenever. So if you are doing anything, I will be there, man.
I'm the same.
I mean that.
I just like the fact that like I'm gonna be 42 in April and like here I am doing we're doing this. Like the world has gotten so fucking, and I'm still not done with my fucking recommendation, you cocksuckers. Anyway, I just think it's funny.
Did I play the next graphic? I didn't play the next graphic, did I?
I'm just
Finish
saying.
Your recommendation.
I just think it's not so much funny. I think it's awesome, and I think I feel fortunate that we're in a world, in spite of how fucked up it is, we're in a world now where we're able to like make something like this where we actually know people are watching and are somewhat entertained by it. I mean, and the fact that I'm doing it with like my brother and somebody I've known since I was literally a kid is fucking bananas to me that we're friends all these years later, man. It's wild to me. But
you really got me into comic books. You and Jason really got me into comic books, man. When
you guys got me into music,
would hang out and like draw and just read books. That was what.
Can I tell you
that whole culture?
I have to go digging in my. I have a storage unit downstairs in my apartment building. I haven't been to in like a year. I just put everything in there. I've got boxes of cassette tapes. I know I have the live performance of Mushroom at the Bromart with you, Bags, and Jason through the soundboard, and it's like an hour.
Yeah,
and
I remember when you came down for that, or came up.
You had long hair and you had a flavor saver right under your bottom lip, and I remember you guys playing Cold and Turning Blue by Bleach, and then Jason gave me like the studio recorded version, and like I started listening to that the actual song, the real song on Spotify, like shit like that. Like I never would have thought in a million years to listen to shit like that. You guys, the way I got you into comics with Jason, like you guys got me into music the same way, man. Like it was a mutual friendship. It's just wild to me that we're still here. I wish Jason was with us, but in a way, I kind of think he is.
Yeah,
that's just how I want to think about it.
Dude, he lit my creative fire for sure. I spent so much time with him. Once I realized like his creative genius, like that really inspired me to get deep into music and deep into art, you know, creativity. Like it made me realize that's kind of what we're here to do, is create stuff, explore being human. And
I
part
think
of
about that
the creative process.
I agree. I think about that. I think about you. I think about how I was fortunate enough to know Jason in that aspect of like not just music, but like I mean, I met Jason in 6th grade when he was drawing comics to the point where I still have them. I think I've shown them to you, and I think I've shown them to M. I've got to dig them up, but I have like all the original comics. I would write these ideas down, and Jason would draw them. We called them Oogie, and they were just demented, fucked up 13-year-old boys discovering orgasm kind of humor. Like it was dirty fucking shit that you would never want your mother to find if you died early. And Jason was beautiful at the way he drew shit back in 6th grade, man.
Yeah.
And
so detailed,
it wasn't just
in a screwed up way, man.
Yeah.
Like the figure would be rough and like raw looking, but the details would be just dark, just like wrinkles and veins and like weird
so
stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
I can really consider the time you and I grew up in, we all grew up in, it's such a fortunate time. Like we grew up in the 90s era of Marvel and DC dissolving into Image, and just the raw ideas, the originality, the tired of living by a code, just wanting to do what's in your mind and your heart and just be free and artistic about shit. And I think a lot about Jason. I also aim on you around the Constitution. Exactly. I love Kim so much. I think
Love
about
Kim.
also I can't think of his name. There was a Chris something. I remember going to his graduation party, but we all grew up with people in a small area who had such amazing artistic abilities. Not just Jason, but like in 6th grade art, I think it was Mr. Wilson's art class. It was Jason and I were doing the Oogie shit. There was another kid named Chris something. He was blonde hair, like fucking bleach blonde hair. Would have graduated 94, 95. I'm going to have to look into it. He had an amazing artistic. He would draw comics in art class that were fucking amazing. Like you thought this kid was going to go somewhere. And then you had Josh Pearson, who you know very well, who has become just like when I left Florida, he was big. He's even bigger now, I think, since I've left. Like he's just amazing with what he does. We grew up with some just incredible, talented people in a really weird, small area in a pocket of time that I don't think we'll ever get back. You name me an era where you and I got to experience the birth of NWA, censorship, the president getting a blowjob era, Beavis and Butthead, to kids now who grow up on TikTok, China shit on this fucking thing. Like we'll never capture that magical moment that inspired originality and thought and wanting to create. Now it's just like, let's see how famous I can get with like picking my nose or shaking my dick or pussy or whatever you want to call it.
I would disagree in the long term, though. I think we're going through a part of the cycle where it is a little bit like idiocracy, but that's just
very much
adapting to the new technology. You know, that we're adapting to the fact that it's been very democratized, like this access to creative tools to make stuff. This is the first time out to the masses in the way that we have now. But we'll see the cream still rise to the top, man. Like it'll still.
Oh yeah, brother.
Ooh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tony. I didn't mean to cut you off, Tony.
He just wanted to do a shitty Macho Man impression, whereas my brain immediately went to Wu-Tang Clan, dollar bill, y'all. But anyway, I do have.
Yeah, I have hope. I have hope for the art now. I think we're gonna actually go through a new renaissance. Like, it's gonna be crazy because the amount of access again that people have to creative tools is unprecedented. Like, I can go. There's a spot in Marquette where I can go and rent a studio that has drones with cameras on it, like that shoot in 4K, and have like different lenses for DSLR cameras. And it cost me $25 to rent the room, be able to edit in there, use any of the equipment that I need, the lighting. Like, that's unprecedented access to creative technology.
This thing.
No, agreed.
I'm the kind of person who doesn't give a fuck. I would love to get rid of it. I would love to not have to fucking rely on having one of these fucking things. I genuinely would. The kind of man I am now at the kind of age I am. The reality is I'm an addict, and it's the one thing that's not going to kill me early unless I decide to put a bullet in my head from the mental problems it gives me. But the reality is
that's
like,
if you take my nutraceuticals.
Oh God, I love Alex Jones. Anyway, I got to get a t-shirt. I got to get an Alex. When I moved here, I had an iPhone 8, and I'd had it for years, and I'd finally gotten it paid off when I moved here, and I wasn't going to get a new phone. And Paul's like, if you jump on my plan, you'll save, I think, like $60 or $70 a month by jumping on the family plan you had set up with mom and dad. And I was able to get a brand new iPhone 12 with 4K. Like, literally, was that movie Tangerine that came out a couple years ago that won an Oscar was filmed on an iPhone. Like, the capabilities that this thing can do. Yeah. I cut a little clip from last week's episode today, and I sent it to Paul as a goof. And Paul's like, that's going on the fucking Twitter page, dude. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll put it on Instagram. Like, I didn't think it was all that good, but it was just like you said, the capabilities you have with just your fucking phone, with iMovie alone, which comes with the fucking iPhone.
Yeah.
Once I figured out how to use iMovie, like iMovie is, you could be Simple Jack and figure out how to use iMovie, dude. It is so easy, and you could do so many cool things with it. But at the same time, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, even the iPads, like as a creative tool, if you don't think of them as a consumer tool, but as a creative tool, there's so much you can do on it for making simple like marketing stuff to even like you're saying, like editing movies, like simple videos. It's pretty amazing.
Dude, I literally took a chunk of last week's episode that was like 4 minutes, and I thought to myself, well, Instagram I think only allows you to do 60 stories.
Fucking nailed it.
And I think if you do like Instagram TV, it allows you to go longer. And I like Twitter gives you a certain amount of time. And I'm like, I had 4 minutes of this shit. I'm like, I got to put it in iMovie. I got to cut it together to where I could put it on social media to promote the show. And I literally just started like Bruce Willis to Kevin Smith used to say, just cut out the chuffa. I just started cutting out the shit that didn't matter, the dead air. And I think, what Rolling Stone song did I use? You can't always get what you want, because you said that. And I cut it out of the end of the trailer, but like, I literally did that in 5 minutes, and Paul's like, I'm throwing that shit on Twitter, dude. That was fucking great.
Let's see how close I am for the audience playing at home. I named the title of this episode, Something's Wrong with the World Today, based on Aerosmith's
Living on the Edge.
The lead singer of Aerosmith reminds Doug of the lead singer of fucking Rolling Stones. Rolling Stones, he went down a road, found that song, and that's why he did it. Am I right? Am I close?
You're close. In the ballpark. You're almost dead on. And that and the fact that I got called to work at 7:30 this morning out of a dead-ass sleep to clean up 300 gallons of water that the water heater spilt. And I had taken 50 milligrams of gummy edibles, and they kicked it. Like, literally, after I got done cleaning up that mess, I drove an hour into town to go grocery shopping. As I got to the fucking store, the edibles kicked in, and all I could think about was, you can't always get what you want, and what we were just talking about.
As a stickler for the details, and a guy who makes fun of his brother more than anything, let me fucking correct the facts where I'm not making fun of my brother.
Please, oh God.
It was 380 gallons of water that he had to suck out of carpet.
That's not true. This morning. It might have been. I don't know.
Well, that's what you told me. So if you're lying, that's your fault. I just fucking defended you live on air. Dickhead.
Look, this entire day has been like the plot of Flight of the Navigator. Like, I don't really remember it. I just know I loved it.
What a fucking fantastic film.
That was
true.
a good movie.
And so is Explorers. If nobody's ever seen Explorers with Joaquin Phoenix and Ethan Hawke, a young Ethan Hawke, that's one of my favorite movies from the show.
My dream right now is that we can go back. We can go back. Well, hold on, that plays into it. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. My dream is that this world can unfuck itself and redirect the timeline in an area where my recommendation can be Flight of the fucking Navigator. And we can talk about it and laugh without being fucking serious and worrying about what's fucking going on in the world.
Sure.
I want to go back to that.
Amen.
And for those who grew up in the fucking 80s and 90s, I think that's why the millennials and the early stage of Gen Z are the way they are, and they're fucking waking up to this shit, is because they're saying, hey, I heard of a time that was magical, or I lived through a time that was magical when the internet was fucking new, but everybody still got along. We went out and played baseball.
We're so
before
fucking
dark.
old. God damn.
No, we're not. That's the thing.
I
We're
am.
not.
I'm 42. The best years are behind me. I'm never going to fuck again.
And Eden, my brother, in the name of the good book, the strong shall inherit the earth. We are in the age range that's going to inherit. It is our obligation. It is our obligation to take this fucking world that our parents, and literally I mean our parents, and Joe fucking Biden have made for us, and to shape it into. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. I mean that heartfelt. And we have to fucking shape this in the way. And with that said, I'm probably going to run for public office in the next 6 years. So I live in Michigan, in the first congressional district. Vote for me.
Point of privilege. You've never seen the show.
Vote for me.
You've never seen the
show
Workaholics.
Smiley to you.
You've never seen the show Workaholics, but you're a lot like Anders Holmvik, man. You want to run for office someday?
Whoa. What? Hey, I walked into the room and I said, hey. He said, I never watched Workaholics. I have watched Workaholics. And I want to say, hey, did you see the episode? Did you see the episode where they talked about watching Joe Rogan?
You did not watch that episode. I know you didn't watch that episode.
Last night on Joe Rogan, bro. Dude, last night on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was talking about it on his podcast.
There's like,
I told you that bit, man.
No, man. The audio's all crazy right now.
You're skipping really bad. I think it's your internet. Doug's coming in crystal clear. Do you have Comcast?
It's like garbled. It almost sounds like a distortion.
Did you just fucking ask if you had Comcast? Where do you think we're living?
I don't know who's in this area. Who's the cable provider in our area? I have no idea.
Astria, Berga. Oh, he's on his phone. And
yeah, it's at 1%.
Oh, Tony, get a goddamn charging cord. You're 40-something, man, or going to be close to it. I don't know.
Do you not have a charging cord, Tony? Oh, the audio's coming in clear. We got black screen, but the audio's coming in clear.
God damn it. Your kid's got shoes, right?
Unfortunately, the only thing I've enjoyed the last 30 minutes of this podcast was watching your girlfriend.
God damn it, you're a creep, dude. Stop being a creep.
You're the one who made me a creep. You were like, dude, Tony's girlfriend's so hot. Wait till you see her. Wait till you see her. Then I see her. You're right. And now you're calling me a creep.
Telling her she's a hot is completely different from saying, like, if things don't work out for Tony, you hit me up.
Mary, are you unaware that you are an attractive woman?
No, I can't imagine over the last 30, 40 minutes.
Escape you?
That fucking out.
Okay.
I hear it all the time.
She gets an earful.
She is Mary, please don't take any disrespect to what I'm about to say.
Oh my
she
God.
Is a California 7.
Oh, it's so disrespectful, dude.
She is a California 7. Which makes her an Upper Peninsula 45. So I think Mary knows that she is attractive. I think we're not fucking spoiling anything for anybody.
No.
So to everybody who's just joining us, to let you know, my recommendation, Genius, a Kanye West documentary on Netflix. I firmly believe the reason he's become the way he's become is because his mom died. Anyway, continue.
All right, great. Now we get to Paul's favorite segment of the night. We get to shoot the shit because all the business is done. All the business is done.
Fucking shoot the shit.
We just get to fucking drink and talk about whatever we want. So back to Mary.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. That was a joke.
This is that moment in Captain America: The First Adventure where the guy eats the cyanide pill. I want to eat the cyanide pill right now to get out of this fucking conversation.
You should get. Oh yeah, do a plug. We're gonna
Mary,
do a
this
plug.
is your time.
Mary,
Mary, you get to talk.
Mary,
You
if
get
I
to talk.
drove,
Shut the fuck up, dog. It's Mary's time.
I know. I'm asking Mary a question for the show. Mary, if I drove 45 minutes, let's say, would I be like tonight, for instance?
No,
in the
this is the
condition
best
I'm in,
whiskey ever. Tony's hiding the best whiskey ever.
Don't tell him.
it better not be Screwball because I'll punch him in the dick if it's Screwball.
It's a little known whiskey known as Jack Daniels.
This is a pro tip. You can only get this on this podcast. This pro tip right here. This whiskey
Legacy.
is $20. It tastes
It's
like
amazing.
a very good bourbon.
It's in between Angel Envy and Angel Envy Rye on the.
Wait, hold on. Do you have a financial stake in it, Mary and Tony? Like,
Do we need to put it? Do we need to put it in the description down below?
That's
Whoa. Whoa.
Pro tip.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
I
I'm
like
about
Jameson
to,
quite a bit.
I'm about to
My
break.
son's named Jameson.
I'm about to break. I'm about to break a 2.5
I'm sending Tony
year
something right now for you,
vow
Mary.
for you, Mary. Not you, Tony. Not you, Doug. For you, Mary. I'm about to break a 2.5 year vow.
Oh, boy,
Give me a
here we
second.
go.
I'm a little
Your
drunk.
brother's gonna fall off the wagon real quickly.
Oh, you have no clue.
Mary, okay, why he's looking that? Oh, he's already got it. Never mind.
I have
loved
not
it.
consumed liquor in 2.5 years.
Paul and I did a podcast.
I am also a certified. Shut the fuck up, Doug. I'm talking. I am also a certified. And I have the paperwork. I can go get the paperwork, but it's going to take me a lot of digging. I'm a certified Jameson tester. I got my certification from the Dublin, Ireland plant. And
Nice.
This is horrible. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea.
Please drink it and fucking croak dead, you piece of shit. I don't mean that. I love you, but you are a fucking asshole sometimes. Like just before this whole thing, you were kind of a dickhead to me. But
So
go
that's
ahead.
Legacy. Legacy is the name of the whiskey.
Yeah.
Is that a hometown brew or what? I mean, a hometown.
It's literally in between 2 bottles of whiskey. They're over $100, and it's nestled in between them on the shelf.
It's $20,
Yeah.
and it tastes like a bourbon.
We're drinking it neat.
It's
I like a good
fantastic.
bourbon.
It's actually a really, really good whiskey. I was
The
surprised.
Jameson bottle you brought up, Paul, reminded me of a podcast we did on Brothers from Other Mothers where we talked about a Sons of Anarchy episode where Chibs was drinking a Jameson juice box, which I think I pulled the episode. I don't know if you guys ever watched Sons of Anarchy, but like he does. Like there's an episode where he has like a little like a high C juice box with a straw and it's Jameson. It's fucking awesome.
They sell those in Dublin.
So fucking awesome.
That's how a lot of sake comes in Japan. Actually, is they have the
I
frozen
fucking hate sake.
box. I'm not
That's
a fan. Some of the sweet ones
I
are
like
good.
the pink one.
Do you?
Yeah.
You like the? Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Every
there's
time
one.
I've had-
There's one. It's called Zampa.
I'm taking the
but
dogs
that's
out real quick.
Awamori, which is more like a distilled, and that one's actually pretty good.
I'm a bartender. I like all alcohol.
I'm just reintroducing myself to alcohol after like a year of not doing it. Only like once a week for this fucking podcast. It's the only time I get fucked up is with this dipshit.
That's a good rule to have.
It's not a bad one. I've noticed something though since we started doing it. I think it's been like 3 or 4 episodes that we were doing it. Like my belly has gotten to be pudgy, like a fucking like a Hank Hill kind of belly, and I don't like that.
And
I'm
my
ready.
waistline has gone down. How weird is that?
I'm so ready for the snow to melt so I can start running
Well,
again.
I was
But
gonna say it's kind of like a cheat day, you know. It's kind of like it seems
Yeah.
healthy in a way.
Yeah.
Give yourself that release valve. As long as you're not drinking to where you're getting sick, you know, then you gotta dial it back.
no, I can't. It can't be an addiction anymore.
Yeah, man.
Fuck. What the fuck was I talking about before that? God damn it! I was
We're
getting ready
shooting
to go.
shit.
To
It doesn't matter. Just
I
shoot it.
know, but god damn it, I was going to a point and I forgot what I was going to. You piece of shit. Shut up, Paul.
Ding
What?
dong.
I
Marijuana
thought that
affects
was-
memory.
Man, I thought that was an interesting topic just about like alcohol in general. Like, you know, everybody's always worried about, do I drink too much? Do I, you know, like, do I have a problem with drinking? And it is important to kind of look at like where you're at with drinking. And I thought that idea of having a cheat day like that, especially if you've had problem with alcohol in the past, is actually a good way to still introduce a healthy relationship with it, you know?
I agree with you 100%. Like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Although I am also kicking myself because I spent a good portion of the episode earlier shit talking why I hate the fucking Rock, because he's always on like, I got my cheat day with my peanut butter covered donuts and pancakes, and it's my cheat day, guys, and I'm going to work out like an action star, and I'm going to fuck like crazy and have all kinds of newborn kids while my adult daughter is going to be a WWE superstar. But I don't, when you said cheat day, like, it immediately took me back to the Rock, and I fucking hate that guy so much. I'm sorry.
Well, and what's dangerous about that mentality is you could overdo it, right? And you could end up being a binge drinker, which is not healthy at all.
No,
that's what put the weight on. It's true. When I moved back here, I stopped fucking. I think the last thing I stopped fucking with was Suboxone. And once I got Suboxone out of my system, I started drinking just to be social around the people in this small ass town, and that packed weight on. Like, within a year, I put on over 100 pounds, man.
Yeah.
So I got to be mindful.
Yeah, it's not just the alcohol, right? It's the extra calories and the sugar and
you're sitting.
Yeah.
But also
sitting.
Yeah.
Yep. Mary just said it perfectly. When you're sitting, like, you got to be active. You got to be Paul said something to me when I started running last summer and started eat. I'm like, I had a piece of pizza. I feel like such a fat fuck. I'm like, God damn it. I'm trying to do good. And Paul's like, you're allowed to fucking eat shit as long as you continue to work out, like, not like a fiend, but like, just counterbalance it. Don't be a fucking idiot.
Burn it off. Yep.
Yeah. And that's kind of how.
Burn it off.
That's kind of how I'm treating this. So, Mary, real quick, not to veer off topic or anything like that, but like, if I were to drive, like, say 40 minutes to an hour, like, I don't know, tonight, would I be able to meet your friend Molly? I don't know.
No.
Just checking. Just thought.
No.
Paul, are you still on? Or are you peeing right now?
If you can hear me.
Doug, how long has it been since you've dated a girl?
Give me a second. We're in 2022. I really didn't mean that to be funny. 2022. It is funny. 2022. We're 4 years. 4 years since I dated somebody, and 3 since I've had sex. Which you didn't ask. Never mind. Sorry.
Because when I saw you the first time this summer after coming back, you looked healthy, man. Your energy was good. Like, everything. No, man. Like, everything is good, dude. Like, you look healthy. You have a great attitude now. Like, you're fucking good to go these days, man.
My best friend.
I know.
He's a douche.
What the fuck, dude?
Like,
I'm just kidding. He's great.
You're in a really good spot right now.
Can I be honest? It's funny. There's a couple of people at work who've been trying to set me up with people who clear, and it's funny because, like, it's where I know people don't know me, and partially some of it's my fault because you know me better than you and Paul know me better than most people. Where people at work have only known like the work version of me, and there are people who are like, I gotta set you up with my friend. And they're like, okay, who is it? Oh, it's so and so's mom, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know who that person is. That lady looks older than my mom. I'm good. Like, everyone's like, you can't be superficial. I'm like, I'm not trying to be superficial, but I'm at the point in my life where it's like, I do want to meet somebody who I click with. Right. But there has to be some kind of attraction off the bat. I would totally understand if a woman saw me and be like, oh, there's a lot of fucking work there. I would totally get it. I would not be offended. And that's kind of how I look at it. It's like, there has to be some kind of attraction. It can't just be personal. Because when I moved here, I would say over 5 to 6 people in this town that got to know me pretty quickly tried to set me up with one in particular person. And this in particular person became a really good friend of mine. And she was an amazing person, and I would never say a bad word about her because she's an amazing person. But she wanted me. Like, I kept hearing from people, like, if you just showed a little interest, if you tried, like, she would fuck you. She wants you, this, that. And I appreciate that, but it's like I looked at her in a completely different way, and I attribute it to, like, when you and I were kids in sixth. I would say 6th grade to 9th grade. And you know who I'm going to say. I'm not going to say her name. I'm not going to fucking call her out on the podcast. But you were at the homecoming dances where I fucking dedicated Meatloaf songs, rest in peace, Meatloaf songs to AK.
Long may he live in heaven.
And got slapped in the face for. So I can only imagine what it was like. Like that's what it was like. I imagined for her the way it is for me. Like, I like you. You're a cool person, but I don't like you like that, you know. And I don't think I'm.
We made out in high school.
You and me, or you and him?
29.
Both.
Oh, okay. I was talking about AK.
Plot twist.
Not MB.
Plot twist.
Plot twist. Yeah, it's an episode of Dawson's Creek 30 years later.
Right.
I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Real quick, the only thing I want to say on this, because I only heard like half of it taking my dogs out, because my wireless headset has like a range of like 25 feet. But and I could tell you real quickly in 2 seconds why me and Doug have bad juju with relationships, and Mary can back me up on this.
No, I can say
me and Doug were raised to show women respect. And currently,
that's not true. I like slapping, spanking, and currently.
Well, Tony, yeah, I know because you're different. You're different than every other
I like
woman.
choking a girl.
Trust
I like
me.
smacking a girl, and I like spanking her in a controlled setting.
But currently,
I like
women like the bad boy, and they have liked the bad boy for a long time. And me
Immature
and Doug,
women like immature women.
That's the thing. Is
agreed. I agree with you, Mary. Shut up, Tony. Mary's talking.
You are literally Mark Wahlberg from The Other Guys right now. Goodbye. She loves you very much.
Shut up, Frank. Bye, Sheila.
That's hilarious.
You are Mark Wahlberg, you piece of shit. I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed.
Gators bitches don't wear jimmies.
I feel like I'm on The View and you're Whoopi Goldberg right now. You're embarrassing the shit out of me.
Yeah, you know the Holocaust had nothing to do with race because they were all white. Clip it, bitches. 10 years from now, I don't care. Clip that.
He doesn't speak for me. I don't think
Whoopi did nothing wrong.
That's right.
I don't think I'm
actually accurate.
She did have a.
Oh wow, geez, Tony. Now I got to figure out what fucking channel The View's on. Now that you're sticking up for her.
Jesus.
Joking, kidding. That meant nothing. Moving on. Awkward silence. Go.
Can I ask an honest question? How does the Bud Light Next taste? What's the flavor like? Does it look?
I'm glad you asked this today. I'm glad you asked this today.
Okay.
Long as you're not drinking
Because
White Claw.
My dad has been wanting to switch to Bud Light Next. He is currently drinking whatever is the cheapest in Niagara, and he wants to make a health decision. And he's like, "Hey, Paul, you had the Bud Light Next. What's it like?" And I'm like, "I'm a Republican. Does my opinion matter?"
Alternative.
Father issues. So,
opinion matter.
I told him, and this is the honest assessment to those who haven't had the Bud Light Next. It tastes like beer flavored sparkling water that gets you drunk. That's what my opinion. My recommendation is pay attention to the last point of that. It gets you drunk. So who gives a fuck?
Very slowly.
If you enjoy the taste, do it. It's got 80 calories and 0 carbs. As long as I said earlier, my body doesn't absorb carbs really quickly, so it works for me.
If you drink that,
talk to your doctor about which beer you should drink. What was that, Mary?
You get the same amount of carbs, and you get drunk faster.
Yeah.
As a bartender, can I ask? Because this is something I'm completely ignorant on. I'm starting to, now that I'm drinking again, I'm starting to learn about like alcohol content, calories, carbs, and shit like that. What is the best kind of alcohol you could have if you're a kind of person who's looking at their weight or their health seriously?
Vodka.
Like vodka?
Potato vodka.
Okay. Better than corn? Really? Better than corn vodka? Like Tito's and shit?
Corn has so many carbs, Doug.
Okay.
Right, and it sticks because you have so much corn in your diet anyway. I went to
your brother is a licensed bartender in 17
states.
Stop
talking over Mary, you piece of shit.
Are you literally going to Mary for scientific advice just because she's a woman?
I also went to Eastern Europe.
It is scientifically proven that women have smaller brains.
Oh my God, Jesus
I'm
Christ!
kidding, Mary. Mary, I'm joking. Even though I'm accurate, I'm only joking because.
Oh God, the opinions of Sibling Revelry do not reflect all of Douglas Burke. God, please.
That's so funny you mentioned that. I'm thinking about making a warning screen before our episodes. Should I? Okay.
I have 3 brothers. It's fine.
You know what's funny is when I started doing this again, like I started with Bud Light Platinum. Because I hadn't drank in over a year, and like when I was at the grocery store, the case said brewed for after dark. And Paul was like, we're going to start this new podcast. It's going to be at nighttime. It's going to be awesome. We'll drink. And I'm like, fuck it. This sounds like it's up my alley. Brewed for the night. It even says it on the label. And that's the only reason I bought this shit. And John.
I missed the comment. Shut up, Doug. Fuck you, Doug. I'm already on board.
Okay.
I'm going on 45 and I haven't had sex.
And it's much better beer.
Did we talk about sex?
First of all, I have to address things one at one. First of all, we'll get to that in a minute. But I agree with Mary. It really is like John gave me shit about this. Honestly, the fact that it's 6%, now that I'm learning that most domestic beers are like 5%, the fact that it's 6%, it packs a punch. It doesn't have a bad hangover.
So here's some alcohol history for you. Do you know that Budweiser and Miller, back at the turn of the century, when those beers came out, they used to advertise themselves as beers that would not get you drunk?
Really?
Yeah. Literally, if you look up old advertising, they were advertised as beers that would not get you drunk.
That's because the standard beer in America at the time was 11% alcohol.
Because the home brews were so strong.
Yeah.
I stopped at I was telling Paul. Stopped at
the stronger it is, the less you have to drink.
And that's what I was telling Paul.
That's not entirely true, Mary. It's not entirely true.
When we started doing this show,
generically, you're correct though.
And
I'm only agreeing with you because you're attractive. And luckily, Tony is smiling, so I can say these things.
Oh my God!
I had a woman yell at me today because she didn't feel that the entire ounce I poured of Tito's in her glass was enough, but she only wanted to pay for it.
And Mary, for that, I would tell you to impart the words of wisdom that our grandfather Elmer passed on to me and Doug. Fuck them.
I like to say bartenders are like toilets. We can only serve one asshole at a time.
That makes sense.
Right?
That makes sense.
Right? Yeah. So I had to stand with this woman for over 10 minutes about what a shot was.
You work at Pine Mountain.
It was like 11:30 in the morning. She shouldn't have been that drunk to begin with.
It's Doug. I'm putting this back on the screen only to remind you because you wanted to tackle it one at a time.
That sex at 7. Oh yeah, I didn't get.
Because I don't know what that means. I missed that part.
Kim, I am assuming that it is completely different. Obviously, is. Oh God, this is what's going to get me canceled. Obviously,
did we talk about sex while I was gone? Did we miss my favorite subject while I was gone?
We haven't talked about sex yet. We're still on alcohol and calories.
Yeah, you keep cutting everybody off to where we can't really get a fucking point out.
I'll kill the mic.
You fucking idiot. Doug, you wanted me to bring this up because you kept getting sidetracked. Hey, what does this mean, guys? You're like Eddie Haskell on the Beaver. I'll leave it to Beaver. You're like, throw Kim's comment back up real quick. I got to reread it. Fuck you, Doug. I'm going on 45 and I haven't had sex in 7 years and I'm not old. Okay, first of all, I sympathize with you. Maybe 7 years isn't long, but 3 years to me is a lifetime. And prior to 3 years, it had been 9 or 10. Okay? Believe me, I went on a lot of dates towards the end of my life in Southwest Florida. I went out on a lot of dates with a lot of black women where I spent well over $80 at Red Lobsters and various fucking seafood houses on lobster dinners and fucking margaritas and didn't get so much as a kiss on the cheek, let alone a goddamn hand job. Where you haven't had sex. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm assuming for women it's different, but I don't know. I don't know what I was saying, Kim. Fuck me. Yeah, I guess. I have no point.
What was the point of explicitly stating that they were black women?
Right.
Oh, because
everyone loves Red Lobster.
It's not it, Paul. But no, towards the last 8 years that I lived in Florida, like I dated. It wasn't like I don't know what to say. Like I just got really into black women. Like I just hung out with. I was working and hanging out in an area where it was just predominantly like I was one of the few white people, and so I started hanging out and dating a lot of black women.
So you were the token white guy in the friend group.
Oh, that's cute. I've been the stuffing in the Oreo too.
I got to be honest with you. I miss it a lot. Like I'm going to say something right now that most put the kids to bed, people. But I've never met a woman in my life
I hit that button a long time ago, Doug.
I've never met a woman in life like a woman of color who's been able to make me climax in under a minute. And believe me, there's been more than 5 I can count on my hand that have got me in under 40 seconds with just simply doing this.
So, okay, I muted my mic for quite a long time, which I believe was like
ones that I happened to
in
fall in.
37 seconds. So I need a voice of reason, and that's Tony. Tony, what is the conversation with sex that has happened that I missed? If you can give it to me in like a 30
We
second.
actually are just starting now with Doug's dating experiences in
No,
Florida.
we're not. No, we're not. We're actually just finishing up with it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will say what Doug's preference. Doug likes black women. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm so attracted to black women.
And he does.
I really
This
do.
is a conversation that I'm sad I missed. Taking my dogs out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Who are you talking to?
Tony. I'm waiting for. I'm wrong.
No,
you are
All right.
fucked up,
bro. You are
Look,
fucked
I don't
up,
know what to do with my hands right now.
We both dated Asian people before.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something? I've never dated
I'm
an
sorry
Asian
for
woman.
Mary in that conversation.
Oh,
Anyway,
man.
moving on.
What a dirtbag.
Tony.
I'm not.
Cheers, boyo. Everything's vertical. He knows what I mean. Anyway, has sex is something I am what I consider myself a mild amateur in. I've had it. I like it. I want more of it.
You are the King Arthur of man whore.
No, I'm not a man. I'm not a man whore because here's the thing.
You are a
Here's
nice
the thing,
little
Doug.
round table slut of men.
Here's the
You're
thing,
Ben
Doug.
Affleck
The
of
fact
cock.
that you have to announce
Here's the thing, Doug. I have sex like on a thrice a year basis.
Okay.
And you think that's a lot.
For me, it is. I'm going to be at 42. That's a lot for me.
For me, that's not a lot. That's like Matthew McConaughey beating his chest in Wall Street. You got to juice those numbers up, bro.
Uh,
I am single. I'm single. I believe in consensual lovemaking whenever possible, which thrice a year is not bad, but it's not where I prefer to be. You usually get that when you are in a committed relationship, which suck. No disrespect, Mary and Tony. But you know, it comes up every now and then. You got to find that person you like doing it with. I say that like, you know, let's do this one for the Gipper for a reason. Because sex with somebody you care about having sex with, way better.
There's definitely like personal preferences for that because I don't know if it's our natural state to be monogamous, but I think there's certain people that like being monogamous. Like I'm kind of that person. I'm not like a real like sleep around with a bunch of people kind of person. I've really
you have
dated.
to be able to scratch my itch.
I can be the split person on this. If I care about the person, I'm very territorial. We're like, I don't want to sleep with anybody else. I don't want to sleep with anybody else, and I don't want anybody to sleep with her. I don't get cucks. Cucks is like the biggest mind melt to me. Like, okay, women, please don't take offense to what I'm about to say because I don't mean this as a disrespect to women.
Compared to everything you've said so far.
But if you're a whore, it's okay being a whore. And when I say that, I mean that for man and woman. If you're a male whore, cool. If you're a female whore, also cool. Not my cup of tea.
Oh God!
But when it comes to when it comes to somebody you care about and you have feelings for, that's when the sex is the best. And I will stay in a relationship that is fucking toxic and I have no need being in if I care about the person and the sex is good. And I say those two things, but those two things are sexic. Those two things are separate.
The sex
caring
has
about
to be
a person.
one element. It has to be one element of the relationship, but it can't be the hinge of the relationship.
Right.
Agreed. I'll agree with that statement. But there's sometimes where you can fool your own fucking mind and think that it is the hinge of that relationship.
Yeah.
And that has cost me a marriage, and that has cost me $10,000 in relationships. Not that I keep track of these sort of things in an Excel spreadsheet, but I can pull it up live on the stream if you wanted me to. I would never do that. That would be wrong.
Wrong. That's hilarious.
For me, the reality of it is it's one of the few things where my mind is really good at like exaggerating and making something funny. So like it's my bread and butter. Like sex is something that I can easily joke about. But the reality of it is it's something that I'm at this stage of my life. I know it's never going to be as good as it was when I was 24. Like the best sex I ever had.
It's better as you get older.
Stop. Yeah, definitely.
I completely disagree.
It gets better.
Definitely.
Doug, can I be honest real quick as your brother
way better than
and somebody who has known you for 37 years on this planet when it comes to you and women and sex? If somebody... I need your permission before I say this. Do I have your permission to say what I'm about to say about
I don't know what the fuck you're going to say, stupid!
Well, I need you to trust me. This is like one of those, like, we work for the same corporation, and I'm asking you to fall in my arms and I'll catch you. It's a trust scenario.
Go ahead.
If somebody was to ask me, describe your brother's relationship and sex life, I would say, if you could equate that to Jim Carrey as the Riddler in Batman Forever, that would describe my brother's sex life and fucking relationship life.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're an enigma, bro. You are the biggest enigma I've ever met. Because you like sex, but you don't prioritize sex. However, hand jobs are super important to you. But you want a deep emotional connection. But if that deep emotional connection doesn't transfer into things like age, superiority, or where you stand in life, what your credit score is, shit like that. Yeah, exactly. And you know, you are uniquely you, Doug. And I don't say that as a bad thing. I say that as a loving thing because we are so different, and I love dissecting the difference of us. And that's what you get here on Sibling Revelry. You get two people who slid out of the same vagina. 100% for sure. Same vagina.
Sibling
Revelry. We think we got the same seed. I would say 100% on the same seed. Let's say 92 to be safe. By the way, Mom, if you're a whore, what the fuck?
Don't even start bringing
You're only
Mom
ever
into
sure your mother.
Yeah, I the only thing I know, me and Doug for sure, is we sit at the same vagina. I'm joking. My mom and my dad have only spawned 2 children, and it's us 2.
Are you sure?
Well, Mary brought
100%.
Mary brought up a really important point the other night when we were talking about just relationships and like modern society and how things are structured now. You know, the modern relationship of like, I'm in this for love is a very new and novel concept.
It is. Because before you married because you were taking on someone's business or, you know,
I'll agree and disagree. I don't think it's a novel concept.
Until the 1960s, marriage was a business.
Okay. When you preface it with the 1960s, I'll agree. When that one chick played tennis against Steve Carell and won, yeah, I agree with you. But
where we live, that shit still
getting
happened in
deeper
the
conversation.
80s and the 90s, man. There's people that shit still happens at where we live anyway. But like, I agree with Mary wholeheartedly on that.
Yeah, it was surprising to think about. It's something, I don't know, the way you framed it that night, like I never thought of it in that way of like, it is new. Like since the 1960s till now is not a long period of time for human history.
Right.
And so for there to be like generational impacts of that different mentality and approach to relationships, no wonder women and men have a hard time dating and figuring each other out.
And you're right. And I didn't joke. I was kind of joking, but not really when I said me and Doug were raised to respect women. It's kind of true. And to carry on what Mary said, the big event that happened was Billie Jean King losing to Steve Carell. By the way, I don't remember Steve Carell's character in the movie. But the women's liberation movement was a big thing. And I'm not saying it's good or bad.
Till the 1970s, most women couldn't have their own checking account.
Right.
Exactly. And it's a good thing in the progression of the world. And this is where I'm progressive. I do believe in progress to where if a woman wants to be independent, if you want to be gay, if you want to be lesbian, if you want to be independent, cool. There's nothing wrong with that. And the society should form around you. But you have to understand there are societal norms that come with, 6,000 years of human history. And actually,
patriarchy and male dominance is actually a relatively new thing in
That's a new
comparison
thing too.
in human history.
Yeah. If you look at the whole scope of
if you're talking about leadership in women like Cleopatra in Egypt, I'll agree with you. But if you're talking about physical force,
prehistoric tribal,
but even beyond Cleopatra, because in Egypt, Cleopatra had the same power as Ramses, Xerxes.
When we were talking,
but here's what we're talking about. We're talking about the difference between titles and physical dominance. Because I agree with you 110% that in titles, in people who respect titles, will always agree with you, no doubt. But when we're talking about physical force, there's a different story to be played there.
But
there's
even
a different story to be played. The only reason modern society or any female-led society, I know. Shut the fuck up. We're on a podcast and it's 2022.
I love that Mary's on.
Let me assert my fucking white male privilege real quick.
I love you, Mary.
I've studied this a lot.
That means a lot to me in the last 15 years. Tell me about how you studied in college, Mary.
I have a book under my bed right now, all about this subject.
Yeah, and there's a reason it's $600.
Afford one.
I am so happy.
The only thing I want to say, and
I really am. I love Mary so much.
The reason I want to say this is, and I mean no disrespect to women, and please understand that. And I'm not saying this because I'm the most macho guy in the world, but the only reason modern society exists is because men have decided to play along with it. And I don't say that disrespectfully.
Women have been bred to a smaller waistline.
Oh,
that's all I'm saying.
1,000 years ago,
Mary, I didn't catch what you like to say. What'd you say?
Except for tits.
Yeah, that's because there wasn't enough food to go around until men have figured out ways to conduct
women
agriculture.
Have to do the same work as men in the field, in the fiefdom.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Men figured out how to make it more efficient to provide more out of the harvest that there was. And I don't mean that. God damn it! This sounds so disrespectful, but it's not.
And you got whatever the Duke gave you. It came down to attractiveness. Even
whoa! You are crossing 15th generational medieval time agriculture with like Viking culture.
It doesn't matter if you're some minute tribal, secluded tribal.
Hold on. Mary, this is 2022. You're winning the argument, but at least let me make the sound where I'm not so sexist as I am.
You really are a piece of shit.
No, I know. No, I'm not, and that's the thing. I don't want to sound sexist, but by
how did we come out of the same vagina?
Women have a fucking superpower. It's called making fucking humans.
Right.
No, it's not just that. But no. It's not just making humans. Women have multiple superpowers, dude. Like
Agreed. I'm not arguing that. I won't argue that. They have multiple. But I'm saying the big one is fucking making humans. Can you make a human, Doug? Doug, can you make a human?
Have you seen Junior with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito? Yes.
If you change your mind in the next 30 seconds and decide you identify as a woman, can you make another human being in your body?
If I met the right doctors from Sweden, yeah, probably.
No, you can't. You've been watching too many Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
I've had 4 arms, 4 legs.
If Mary woke up tomorrow morning and said, I want to take hormones and grow a mustache, she can still make more human beings. That's a fact. That's not something that involves identity politics. She can fucking do it.
Welcome to the podcast to brag, Mary. Way to brag about your fertility.
Yeah, Mary. Way to fucking show up here.
have the Audi. I'm sorry.
But Chaz Bono could wake up tomorrow and make humans. That's all I'm saying.
The world.
And truthfully, I don't care how you identify. Whatever you want to be. If you want to be a he, she, him, her. If you want to suck and fuck whatever you want, cool. I don't care. Do your thing. Live life.
I'm into more male things than Tony. Like I fix cars and I have a car I'm restoring. And
I think you both have quality
ratios and mathematics and
I think Tony has something over you that I've seen personally that I can't attest to you for, Mary. And Tony he can tell the truth. And I think that's a huge, important fucking thing in the world, which I'm not saying women can't tell the truth. Please don't take it that way.
No, we're very honest.
But I'm kind of saying women can't tell the truth. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. But Tony, you tell the truth and I love it.
We surround men, so we are the truth.
This world doesn't exist without men and women. I don't care if you identify as a furry. I just want to know if you're a male or female furry and if you can actually
That's
board
not
children.
an identity. That's a kink, man. That's not an identity. It's a.
I don't
it's a
know. I
kink.
think now women can impregnate women.
Shut up, Mary.
What
Nobody wants
women?
to hear from
Wait,
you.
wait. What'd she say? What women can impregnate what women?
Women can impregnate women. Like
Yeah,
they can
yeah. She's not
create
talking biology,
out of the.
and that's fine, and that's good.
Yeah, but I'm genuinely asking how because I'm fucked up and I don't understand. So how?
Science. So
Let's
they
just-
take the egg and they form the zygote out of it.
A zygote? Are we talking about pagan gods right now?
No, spermazode.
Whatever it becomes. Yeah, the
Spermazoan,
after the
cell.
egg is fertilized, and then they start to actually grow a human.
Like you can inject female DNA into an egg and there's no male involved.
Right.
It's just
So basically,
X instead of an XY.
we're talking about every trailer for every Jurassic Park movie is what we're talking about right now.
Right.
Right.
Like you started when we first came on the stream. Like anything's possible now with technology.
Yeah. Women don't need that anymore to fertilize each other.
I honestly, until you said that, I've never heard that before. A woman being able to impregnate. That's something I've never heard in my life. That is, I learn something new every day, man. Like my hashtag says, suck our dicks to all our enemies, man. Fuck, man. You're allowed to learn shit as long
The young bull.
As old as you get, you're still allowed to learn new shit. I never would have
I
fucking
learn
guessed that.
something new every day. I make it a point to learn something.
You know,
new.
your job, I would imagine your job, you do learn a lot of shit, man. A lot of
yeah.
probably
yeah.
Bartending, I will say it to this
Free
day.
psychology.
Okay,
They
my
call it
favorite
free
job.
psychology for a
I'm
reason.
20 years as a psychologist.
Yeah, for real.
My favorite job I ever had was working at Hardee's because it was easy, it was simple.
This is going to go
you didn't
right
have
into
to
the
think.
crunchy frog, right?
But the most educating job I ever had was a bartender in college for 4 years. Because if you can't learn how to sell, talk, or interact with human beings after being a bartender, you did it wrong, and that's the reason you're not a bartender anymore.
Right.
John should be here right now.
I'm 20 years a bartender.
What's the story with John? Why is he not here?
I have no idea. But John was a well, you've seen Brothers from Other Mothers, Tony. But
Side
you know,
note,
John
we
was
are approximately 5% above any JRE podcast right now.
What do you mean 5% above any GRE?
Look at the live time in your top left corner.
I'm on full screen. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I don't know if this is entertaining, but Christ, I hope it's entertaining.
Okay, top right. Top right what?
Left, not
okay.
right, left.
Okay.
It says the word live.
It's the hand that makes the L.
Yeah, live.
Do you see the timer next to the word live?
3 hours and 25 minutes. And
follow me. I'm just saying we're like 10% above any JRE episode.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like I thought you were talking about like 10% above any JRE viewership. But whatever.
Okay. I just want to say I agree with the first 3 letters of what you're about to see on screen. First 3 words. Moving on.
See nothing. Are we supposed to see that?
Did you guys not see it? Oh, first 3 words of this right here.
Small.
Yeah, they're very small.
Thank God.
It's fuck you, Doug. It's fuck you, Doug. I'm just cracking on my brother. I'm busting his balls. I'm making my balls big. Circle back to our Bob earlier on the episode.
Why would you say that on live?
Did you do that? Fuck you.
We are gonna bounce.
Oh shit,
dude.
Mary, let the hair down. We got like another good hour and a half before we
the hair down. We're getting out of here.
Welcome to the Gold Nugget Hour of the podcast.
Time for me to go.
I didn't realize.
Are you leaving? Wait. Well, hold on. Tony and Mary, are you guys really wanting to leave? And that's okay if you want to. But I need to know: are you leaving?
At least one kid downstairs, possibly 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
then you get the same offer that every guest gets, which is
Fucking joke.
Final thoughts. Tony, before you leave and before Mary leaves, I need yours and Mary's final thoughts. This is the point in our episode where you get to give your wisdom based on the last week to the people who are watching our show. So provide your final thoughts to the people who are watching our show.
Oh, I have many. I'm a Christmas tree of thoughts.
Well, you're going to go second, Mary. Shut up. Go
What a
ahead,
beautiful
Tony.
saying. What a beautiful saying. Christmas tree of thoughts. I love that.
Because it branches out.
What?
Doug. That's.
I get the saying, dickhead. I just think it's a beautiful saying. I've never heard it before.
I'm letting them think. That's the only reason I said it.
Gay ass seltzer beer, you piece of shit. You've been judgmental.
You said gay. You said gay like it was a negative.
That's what men do.
Goddamn right.
You know,
Mary or Tony, do either of you have a final thought?
Man, honestly, you know, a lot of the stuff that we've talked about when I've come on the podcast, especially the political stuff, a lot of it can really be summed up by like keeping in touch with the spirit of what America really is and not forgetting what the spirit is. Like we're so caught up in the letter of the law and like the specifics of today's scandal or hot take, but like what was the spirit of America when it first was founded? And it's that, dude, it's that individual spirit. It's that individualism.
I don't know. That they didn't have individualism. They're pretty religious.
It's that idea of I have ideas and I have a group of people around me with those ideas, and we can grow that into a community.
Did you ever read the Scarlet Letter?
Yeah.
Mary,
oh my God,
Mary,
Tony, have you ever
Mary,
seen
I've been literally waiting for a spot to jump in to let Tony finish his thought. Our founding fathers, I truly believe, put their religious their religious aspects aside to give their personal thoughts. And I've said this many times on this podcast, in Brothers from the Same Mother, or Brothers from Other Mothers, you have to learn how to separate your personal beliefs from your political beliefs. And I truly believe, just to agree with what Tony said, I truly believe our founding fathers did that. And that's the reason we have what we have today.
That's why I don't really like the argument of like, oh, you want to make America a Christian society
it
again?
Shouldn't
it's like,
be.
No,
Freedom of religion.
That's not what I'm saying. The spirit of what we had was beyond religion, was beyond beyond those arguments. It was really, truly rugged individualism. Like if you've got an idea of how to live life and it doesn't impede on someone else's ability to live life, do it. Go for it, buddy. Show us what you got. Because if you don't allow for that, then you don't allow for innovation and creativity. You have to allow for creativity in life. You have to allow people to live a creative life that's different than the norm, different from the standard.
As long as you have breath in your lungs, keep going.
Yeah.
Agreed. Real quick, Kim, that's my fault because I'm the one hosting the stream. So if there's any lag, it's my fault. I apologize. On the replay, it will come in crystal clear. Tony, back to Doug. Doug, shut up real quick because Tony made an important point that I want to fucking back up. And you're right, Tony. You have to put those beliefs aside and you have to say what's for the common good. And the common good isn't always what's best for me. That's why a free society works. A free society says, you live your way, I'll live my way, and we'll congregate together when we can and come to an agreement and fucking join forces. And I think that's hugely important.
Our
great final thought.
Compromise. That's why we went from the Article of Confederation into the Bill of Rights.
Whoa, you sovereign citizen there. Let's not talk about the Articles of Confederation. I'm just traveling. I'm not driving. I'm just kidding, Mary. Mary, this is your opportunity. Final thoughts. What's your final thoughts for our audience? And your voice matters just as much as the men here.
Read Jitterbug Perfume by Tim Robbins.
Hold on, let me read. I want you to know how much I respect you, Mary. I'm actually opening up a notepad to do this. It was
Tim
Jitterbug
Robbins?
Perfume by who?
Jitterbug Perfume. Or Skinny Legs Mall.
Tim Robbins, the motivational
Robbins.
speaker, Tim Robbins with the banana fingers.
Nope.
This is a fictional author, but he's amazing.
I can't believe you read him.
His social
Tony Robbins.
He sleeps with you. Why would you fucking think that's not?
That's who I was thinking of. Was Tony? That's
you can't get him Tony Robbins. Yeah.
Yep. Even
it's Tim Robbins. Tim Robinson. Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins.
Jitterbug Perfume. Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. Skinny Legs and All.
What's the one? Fierce Invalids.
Yep.
Mary, Mary, I say this honestly. I hope you come back on the podcast someday, and I will read this, and I will have a conversation with you. What's that?
Get the fuck out of here! Really?
Tony's not invited. You come whenever you want.
Dude, Tony lives by us now.
I'll just stand in the corner like a podcast cuck.
Dude, we said it.
He moved into my house with me.
We said it at the beginning when we separated this to a different show. We said at the beginning, I said it to you, like every week we'll send you a link, whether or not you're available. It doesn't matter, but we'll always have a link ready to come on.
And no, Tony, if you don't come, we don't take it as disrespect, but you're always invited, and we mean that. Like I'm the one who goes to Doug. I'm like, hey, did you send the invite to Tony? I'll admit it. I'm the pussy who's like, I really like Tony. Bring Tony back on. Send him the link. So if you get that and you're like, why is Doug hounding me? It's me who's like, make sure Tony gets the link.
Tony
I appreciate it because it's fun. It's always fun being able to talk and just speak our mind, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tony
and
is
not that because we agree on like 80% of the shit we say. It's because I actually do value your opinion. As I said on the episode, I believe it was Sympathy for the Devil. I respect veterans' opinions way more than any other, and that has nothing to do with gender, race, or sexual orientation. Like, I always want to know veterans' opinions on shit, because you actually said, hey, I'll sign a check for my life, and I'll defend this piece of paper that everybody calls a piece of paper.
Yep.
You're a meat shield.
Meat shield.
Yeah, like Years of War, man. You're part of the Horde.
All right, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. No, we appreciate it. Thank you both for coming on, Mary. It was a pleasure. You're just as wonderful as it was described to me before I met you.
Are you gonna get them T-shirts too, man? You spent the first fucking hour.
Fuck them. They're not Cameron. They weren't the 15th subscriber. Tony hasn't even subscribed yet. I know, Tony, that you haven't subscribed.
I do need to subscribe. Actually, I'll subscribe.
You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Because when you go to your fucking hidden channel, you're gonna notice Paul already subscribed. Yeah, I figured it out.
Tony, I love you regardless.
Biker Garage, and I that's the only show I watch. Like that's literally
Mary. I love you because you're a good person, and Tony, I love you because you're the person that you're like one of my closest friends. But like my brother, truly in this particular episode, is Mark Wahlberg, and the other guys, dude.
Bye, Shelly. Bye. Fuck you, Tim. Bye, Shelly.
Hey, Paul, have a good night. Yeah, Tony, whatever. Hey, bye,
bye,
Mary.
Tony. Bye, Mary. Bye, Mary. Hey, have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
Love you guys, man.
Bye. All right, dude, man.
3.5 hours. I have to pee so bad. I've eaten an entire fucking sushi roll. I've got fucking 3 cheeseburgers in the fridge waiting for me.
These cocksucking feet warmers I have that are dogs didn't go piss the last time I took them out to go piss.
3.5 hours. I'm Joe Rogan. I didn't fill it once.
Really? I'm kind of impressed right now. Not even once. Not even mad. Kind of impressed.
I tried.
Good night. I can't get over that. This is our longest episode. And this has been the most funnest for me to record.
Me too. My throat is really sore right now, and I can't taste or smell anything. My nose is stuffy, and all I want to do is I grilled 3 cheeseburgers this afternoon. I ate that sushi roll. I've got more sushi in the fridge, but I want to save it. I want to eat those cheeseburgers with some fucking French fries that I got in the freezer. I want to bake them, and I want to watch the other guys now. Now I want to watch Gator. Gator don't play. Gator don't love no bitches.
Gator's bitches don't wear Jimmy covers. Gator's bitches don't wear Jimmy covers.
That movie, can I tell you something?
Real quick, because Kim matters to me. I still don't quite comprehend this. Doug, you made the comment you were old and haven't had sex since.
Oh, because I brought that back up while we were talking about it with Tony and Mary, and she didn't get it because there was a lag in the feed for a while. That's why.
Oh, okay. I feel bad for any lag that there was in the feed. I apologize. It's my fault. If you watch the replay, it should not have any lag in it. My bad for the live lag. It should come crystal clear on the replay.
I've gotten used to it. I don't have high-speed internet anymore. I've got a Netgear box now, which I'm completely grateful for. But I've also realized that, like, one of the things I sacrificed in not having $100 high-speed internet, which is a good. It's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. But one of the things I've noticed is the lag. There is a lag to things. You don't get the full quality out unless it's like 5 or 10 minutes of streaming, and then it kind of kicks over. But it's not the end of the world, though. You know, you can still see it like that. I attribute it to like being able to like going from like VHS to DVD. like you notice the difference in quality, but like you were still able to live with VHS because you got the story.
And that's just it. Here's the way I think about this for all of our viewers. I know I say this all the time. I'm running off Starlink, and we just got past the beta with our Lord and Savior Elon Musk. God bless him.
Oh my
May he
God.
reign forever. This is post beta, circa literally like 6 months, less than 6 months. It's only going to get better from here, and that's what I truly believe. So stick with us, be with us. I promise if you're loyal to us, we'll be loyal to you.
It sounded
That's
like
all I can say on it.
It sounded like you're getting ready to sign off there for the entire
No,
episode.
no, not at all. Dude, I'll stay on. We're literally our longest episode ever. I'll stay on as long as it takes.
Well, I'm good.
As long as you don't mind bathroom breaks and fucking me.
No, I want to go eat. I want to go eat and watch the other guys.
Well,
I'm good.
Then you know what? Maybe it's time for the final thoughts. And if you say it's time for the final thoughts,
you
I'll
go
play the
first.
graphic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Paul and Doug. My final thoughts are this. It's been a rough fucking past 3 years for everybody involved, regardless of what your political, religious, or sexual beliefs are. It's been a rough year for everybody involved. Let's take the time to listen to each other and love each other. And for fucking God's sakes, let's find some common ground. And the only thing I'm not willing to give up an inch on is fucking kids. If you think that that's okay, we're never, ever, ever going to get along. Everything else is negotiable. And I pray that you take those words and take them forward, because we need to start healing and we need to start loving. Please listen to Marvin Gaye's What's Going On. That's truly it. That's it. It's time. We need to start loving each other again. If we don't, this is going to go worse and worse. Sides are going to be drawn, and it's going to get bad. And I love all of you. If you're watching this, thank you for watching it. Thank you for supporting us. Kim, I love you more than anybody, and I'll say it, and I don't care. Yeah, but that's all I got to say. I want to say thank you to Bob for coming in tonight and shooting his opinion. I want to say thank you to Tony, and I want to say thank you to Mary. Both of them were amazing. Bob was amazing. We always want you here. John, you didn't show up tonight, so fuck you. But if you ever do show up, I'll love you again. Jeff, you didn't show up, but fuck you. But if you ever show up again, I'll love you again.
You might show up.
I'm very mindset. Yeah. Oh, tomorrow. That's great. Thank you. I'll get my piece of business out. My final thought.
Man, I just peed all over the floor. It fell out of the wall.
That's awesome.
It's so good coming out, though. I got
remember that Sibling Revelry is a part of a trifecta of podcasts under the Brothers from Other Mothers umbrella. Brothers from Other Mothers being the fucking mothership of what started all of this and all of us being here. So please follow Brothers from Others on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Links are in the description. There's also Bob and Doug Save You from Boredom, where they go into deep dives heavily in music. And if you've enjoyed Bob and Tony's time on this podcast, I highly recommend that the episode of Bob and Doug Save You from Boredom, where Tony was the guest, where they get into that I can't overplay that enough, but watch all of Bob and Doug's. Those links are in the description as well. Please follow Tony on Tone Drew. His website is in the link in the description. Remember, we only get by because we support each other. And anybody who shows up on the show, anybody who participates in the show, whether it's via chat or whether you just watch, we love all of you. And I know that was the title of our last episode. We truly do love all of you. We don't care who you are, where you come from, what your story is, what your creed, race, or sexual orientation is. We love you. We love you. This is a safe space for everybody who wants to come. Now, bear in mind, we are going to fucking crack jokes on something that's going to relate to you and relate to us in general. And when we bust each other's balls or make the balls big, and I hope everybody got the definition of what make the balls big is. If not, I'll use that more in the future to where you can get it. You're all welcome here. No matter who you are, where you come from, or whatever it is. You are welcome here. You're always welcome here. But that doesn't mean you're not going to get shit and you're not going to get... But you will get the chance to talk shit here if you come in the good graces. You're always welcome on the show. You becoming good with us, you can come on and we'll give you a platform where you could say your side, where you could talk shit about me or Doug or all of us. This is a safe space for everybody, no matter who you are. And that is my final thought of the night. Doug, it's all on you.
My final thought is, I wrote this down earlier in the evening. It's funny, like when we started doing the show, I feel a sneeze coming on, so bear with me, people.
Let it out, brother. Just do it.
I'm trying. I'm waiting. I feel it in the tip of my nostrils. I wrote down, since we started doing this show, I started taking notes. Like I it's not that I didn't take Bob and Doug Save It from Boredom seriously. It's not that I don't. It's not that I didn't. It's not that I don't take that show seriously. It's not that I don't take Brothers from Other Mothers seriously. But for some reason, like I started like keeping a note. I bought a notepad and I started keeping notes. Like when you told me that you wanted to do various segments of the show, like, and you'd created graphics for them, I started taking it seriously and writing down like my ideas and shit. And for final thought, the only thing I wrote down this afternoon when I came home after spending all day cleaning up all that shit and then going grocery shopping an hour away was what is important to you. And I wrote that down specifically, I think, after all the shit that's going on with Canada. I started thinking about people I've been seeing online on YouTube, in Instagram, and various forms of social media, videos that have been posted of people like with the Canadian Freedom Trucker Rally. And then I've been seeing people posting other shit that is not very much that aspect of life, but more like, it's not that you shouldn't see color. Shit, mostly people reposting memes, but shit like to the extent of like, it's not that you shouldn't see color. It's that you should understand why you should see color. Just stupid shit like that. Not that it's stupid shit. It's valid, but in the grand scheme of things, it feels more separatist than it feels inclusionary, if that makes any sense. Whereas the Canadian Freedom Trucker Rally, I see people talking about that, and I see two different sides. I see people, the side that I kind of sympathize with because of who I am and the life that I've led, and what I believe to be the right side, people who genuinely believe what I'm starting to associate with the term freedom, justice, being allowed to live
the American way.
The American way, being the life you want to live without anybody telling you how to fucking live it, versus my certain people I've seen online who clearly just be like, not that. Just I don't know. It just feels completely opposite of that. It feels like just ignore it. Like, let's bury our heads in the sand and not acknowledge it. And that's not anyone in particular. It's I'll be honest with you, it's four people. It is people in particular. Four people in particular that I just happen to see their feeds on Instagram, and shit that they said. And it's like, you guys are burying your heads in the sand. Like, we live in America. I get it. But you and I don't live far away from Canada. I can't speak for anybody else, but you and I don't live that far away. And even regardless of the fact that how far away you live from Canada,
we don't live far from Ontario.
That can happen at the drop of a hat anywhere. Like, it's already happening in China and I'm sure many other fucking countries, because I'm too fucked up to acknowledge the fact that I don't know any other countries other than China that a surveillance state has existed in. But like, I live in a world right now where like I got half the people in my life telling me like, no, that shit is just fucking news, man. It's just hubbub. And then I got half the world, it seems like, telling me like, no, this is how it's going in our country. Americans don't know what the fuck's going on. We do. And I'm paying attention to the people who are in that country living in that life. That's what I'm paying attention to. And I look at it and I'm like, what is important to you? To me, I've said at the beginning of the podcast, the few times I've been to Canada as a kid with Boy Scouts, it truly felt, this is the impression I got as a kid from my memories that I have as an adult. that regardless of the fact that it was royal, that it was parliamentary, that it was whatever it was, Canada, the way I experienced it, was together. Everybody was different. Everybody didn't get. It was a lot like America in a sense. Nobody get like we were all different people, but we all lived and occupied the same space. We all figured out a way to continue to coexist. And now I look at the shit that I'm seeing, and I'm like, I'm seeing Canadians stand up, but I'm seeing a Canadian government completely different from that idea, that way of living. I'm seeing Canadians what I think Americans should be, but we're all too fucking addicted to our pills, our therapy, our TV shows, our movies, our music. I'm fucking guilty of it myself, man. We're too addicted to our fucking conveniences to actually stand up and do anything about it. But I think doing a podcast and voicing your fucking inebriated thoughts is a good way to do it in some form, or at least you're trying. At least I'm trying. Canadians, on the other hand, are actually doing it. And I think that's what's happening right now. I think the government, I think the Canadian government is getting a lesson in you don't fuck with the bull. You fuck with the bull. What's the old saying? The bull by the horn. You pull the bull by the horn.
With the bull, you get the horns.
The Brahma bull. If you smell what I'm cooking, as much as I hate that motherfucker right now, it's truly, it really is. Like I honestly believe, like I never thought in a million years I'd see a country which I always thought was peaceful. I thought Canada my entire life up until now, 42 years on this planet. I thought Canada was two things. One, I thought it was the most peaceful country on this planet. I genuinely believed that for a long time. I genuinely believed that. More peaceful than we're not a peaceful country. We're not. We never really have been. We had the illusion of it through media and movies and TV, but we've never been peaceful. We've always hated each other. We suppressed gay people for how fucking long? We suppressed black people for how fucking long? That's the reality. But Canada, I always thought, was inclusionary because I grew up watching Degrassi Junior High and Kids in the Hall, and I saw black people, I saw gay people. I thought Canada was cool with everybody, and then I saw the Canada government over the last year turn its back on the Canadian people, and I couldn't understand how. And so I guess my final thought, and this is long, I'm sorry, I'm going on and on, but
no, you're not. This is beautiful, actually. Please don't pay attention to me. I'm just paying attention to
I'm in my head. I'm always in my head. What is important to you, man? I guess what I'm saying is I don't see a lot of Americans acknowledging what's important to them. I hear them talk, and I'm the same way. I fucking talk about what's important to me. What's important to Doug? This, and being happy until I'm dead, because that's the only things I know that I like. I know, not the only things I know that I like, the only things I know that are real for me. I know that I like doing that. And I know that I'm going to be dead one day. But for Canadians, they have a different mindset because they don't live under the same book of rules and guidelines that Americans do. They don't. That's the reality. They talk like us. They look like us. They're not us. It's the same with Chinese people. It's the same with fucking people from South Africa. It's the same from fucking Zimbabwe. Sorry, I'm fucked up. New Zealand and Africa and every fucking country on this goddamn entire fucking planet, man. We all come from different places. We all come from different religions. We all come from different beliefs. But we're at the end of it, we're all people. Now, unless you're from a fucking dictatorship or a people that wants to consume a cannibal group of people that wants to consume people or fuck children, I don't care what you believe. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about who you want to have sex with or who you want to love or how you want to live your life. I just don't want you to fucking impede it on anybody else. I don't want you to hurt anybody else. I don't want any fucking federal government to tell me what the fuck. This is Doug talking right now. Fuck it. I'm fucked up right now, but I don't care. This is the most honest I'm ever going to be. I don't want anybody to tell me what to fucking do, what to fucking say, what to fucking live, how to fucking breathe, what to fucking smoke. And bear in mind, I've done every fucking drug there. I haven't done every fucking drug, but I've done a pretty good amount of fucking drugs to where I don't want anybody to tell me that, you shouldn't do that. I know I shouldn't do that. You shouldn't have to feel like you're self-important enough to tell me that I shouldn't fucking do it. And that's the problem I have with what's going on right now. What is important to you? And right now, I think the world needs to pay attention to Canada because right now it seems like the news media wants to make it seem like it's January 6th. They want to sensationalize the arrests. I don't think it's that. I think it's people. You're seeing everybody This is my honest opinion. I love Canada more than any. I really, truly do. I have people, I have friends, I have family who are Canadian. Canada to me has always been three things, if I'm being completely honest. Trailer Park Boys, more than three things. Trailer Park Boys, Kids in the Hall, and the Hart family. And maple syrup and the vacant lot, and you can fucking go on Bob and Doug McKenzie, you can SCTV, you can go on and on and on. Canada has given the world such many beautiful riches.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You hit a heartstring. You hit close to home with me. The Hart family, the Dungeon, the Patriarch, Stu Hart.
The Gretzky.
I grew up a supreme lover and believer in Bret Hart. I was the biggest Bret Hart fan. And granted, yes, as a child of 7 years of age in 1992, I received the glasses of Bret the Hitman Hart. And he was my fucking iconic hero. And nothing will ever sway that. Even my love for Steve Austin, when him and Steve Austin were feuding. Side note, best WrestleMania match ever is WrestleMania 12. Steve Austin versus fucking Bret Hart. I will argue that till the day I die. Watch it. If you don't get drama, if you don't get the fucking good guy versus good guy, watch that match, and that's where you'll find your love for professional wrestling. But Calgary, and I'm talking 2022, Calgary was the first province that said, we don't give a shit what the federal government's doing. We're dropping all mandates. We are dropping all restrictions. And my personal hero, who is Bret, the Hitman Hart.
Excellence of
Hails. Excellence of execution.
Greatest there was, the greatest there was,
the best there was, the best there's ever been, and the best there ever will be. Hails from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And he is a seed of Stu and Mary Hart, who are fucking the patriarch and matriarch of the Hart family. Owen gave his life for entertainment. Their province was the first one that says, we don't give a shit what Trudeau's doing. We don't give a shit what he's about to say. All the shit you're asking for as a free people, it's yours. In Calgary, separate from the Canadian government, the province of Calgary is a free fucking state. No matter what the asshole Prime Minister Justin Castro Trudeau says.
Castro.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, Doug. I don't.
No.
Beautiful final thought, Doug. This is the most beautiful final thought you've ever done. No disrespect to your previous final thoughts. I've always
I totally get it. I totally get it. I told you though, like I'm starting to put thought into the show, man. But it does, like Brett, I've done a lot of cool shit in my life. I've met a lot of cool people. I've seen a lot of cool things. I've also done a lot of dark things and shit that I regret, shit I wish I could take back, and shit I'll never get the chance to flip the script on, so to speak. One of the things that I fucking have always envied is that you've gotten to get his glasses, that you got to see him perform live. I never got to, and I truly do love Bret Hart. And it's not just Bret Hart. It really is Canada. I love SCT. I could go on about all the fucking thing. SCTV, Kids in the Hall, Vacant Lot, all of that shit. Like Wayne Gretzky, like Canada produces truly great ideas and morals and fabrics and people, and I love Canada. And it's disheartening to see the world that I live in now and the world that I'm waking up to for the first time in my life, but it's also so satisfying to see the country that I grew up like. I remember being in 6th grade watching Kids in the Hall on Comedy Central when you and I were kids, and they had a send away. You sent a self-addressed stamped envelope, and you could possibly become show up on an episode of the 4th or 5th season of Kids in the Hall, and you met. Oh my God, I forget his name. The guy in the towel. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name right now. But you got to meet him, and it was a real contest. I remember wanting to be a part of that. I remember going to Canada as a kid, as a Boy Scout. I love Canada, and to see the way Canadians are finally like it's not about America. It's not about like where we live. It feels like it's all of us. Like we're just tired
We
of
are
this
the
shit.
West. We are the West. We are one.
I don't want to no disrespect. Like I'm not going to say this. Like China's produced shit that I love. I'm not going to deny that. Just like I'm not going to deny that I've said words that I'm not proud of saying. But I am proud to live where I live because of the freedoms that we are reserved. Because I mean, I'm accepting that the CIA and the government's been spying on us. I get that, but we're not China yet. We're not there yet. And I think what's going on in Canada is like the idea to like, not the idea. I think it's the perfect.
Wait. That's because we have a piece of paper shielding us from what China is.
Yeah.
Throwback to a previous statement in this episode. We literally have a piece of paper that is shielding us from being China.
So I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to say my final thought is it's what I wrote down. What is important to you? I think what's important to me is like I've realized that after everything I've been through, I'm just happy to be alive. I'm happy to be doing this. I'm happy to do Brothers from Other Mothers. I'm happy to do Bob and Doug Save from Boredom. I'm happy to just exist and have fun and entertain and be a part of my friends' lives and be a part of people's lives. And I know that there's an end to all of this, and it does. In the long run, none of this shit matters. But for me, what's important to me is just you. It's you. It's
Kim,
Mom.
have a good night. If you're going to bed, have a good night, Kim.
Have a good night, Kim. I love you. And
we love you.
We're wrapping.
We love you.
Wrapping up. I love Kim. I'm thankful for Kim. I truly am, and I'm thankful for everybody in my life. And that's what's important to me. And that's the question I pose to the audience: is what's important to you? Because right now, I think what we're seeing is Canada. What's important to Canadians? It's the same thing that's important to an American. It's the same thing that's important to anybody who has a free-thinking mind, who wants to be left the fuck alone, who just wants to live their life the way they want on their terms. That's not to say that I sympathize with people who want to fucking rob, who want to thieve, who want to fucking murder, who want to rape women and beat women and rape children. I don't. There's a common fucking understanding. But when we start talking about like you're a Nazi because you won't fucking take a needle in the arm that you don't trust because it's only just came out after a couple of months, like we need to fucking acknowledge that is silly. We need to see how fucking silly it is. And the fact that Canada, which I always perceived to be one of the happiest, freest nations and from a kid up until this point in my life, we're seeing right now that's not the case, man. And you're seeing people who the media, like, it's funny to me. The media is literally trying to portray Canadians the way they're trying to portray Joe Rogan as like right-wing, crazy, fringe conspiracy people. They're not. They're not that. They're not that at all. They're just fucking human beings who want to be able to live their lives on their terms, and that's all I fucking want.
There's only one person in the media I trust.
If you say Brian Statler, I'm going to punch you in the fucking dick the next time.
I'm not saying anything, and that should give it away to you based on
I know
our
exactly
episode
what
tonight.
you're talking about, buddy.
There's only one person I trust.
I do. I know.
All right.
I agree.
So we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, we literally are at 4 hours and 1 minute and 3 seconds. Holy fuck, dude. I'm ready to
I love how every episode is getting longer. We need to stop that. We need to start cutting it back. Kim,
but literally, I bought a 12.
Kim, you are my fucking goddamn hero. The fact that you stuck with us this long live.
I'm gonna say something. This is my Jay Leno, Johnny Carson, Karnak, fucking zombie from Pee Wee's Playhouse moment. I predict
make a like a high, make a hiney ho.
Paul and Kim will be married within 2 to 3 years, and she'll be living in Michigan at Paul's bunker, and I'll be living in this guest house.
I cannot confirm or deny.
But and I hope she makes an honest man out of you instead of this man whore that you've become.
What I can say is, no matter who you are, where you're from, if you're watching this from fucking Southern California or you're watching this from Africa, I thank you for watching. Period. Regardless of where you are. And I hope you know you're always welcome at Sibling Revelry, where we may not always agree, but we will all have our voices heard, regardless of who you are or where you come from.
And for people who want to live, and for people who want to live on the fridge against that, who want to sow the seeds of dissent, I I would tell you to look at my hashtag. And
Hey,
think
you know
of the words. Think of the words of the great, of our hero, me and Paul's hero, the great Shane Gillis and Matt McCusker. Paul,
suck our dick to all our enemies. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We appreciate it.